Good evening and welcome back. Tonight, we're walking into something old. Older than old, really. One of those worlds that human beings have been building and rebuilding in their heads for so long that the edges have gone soft, worn smooth by all the retelling. Greek mythology. I want to know, as always, where you are right now. Tucked under something heavy. Lying flat in the dark with your phone on your chest. Somewhere on the blurry border between awake and gone. Wherever you are. Good. Stay there. Let the day finish falling away from you. We'll start now. Before the beginning, there wasn't even a before. No mountain. No water pressing toward a shore. No sky with anything pinned into it. What existed, and I hesitate to even use that word, was what the Greeks called chaos. We use that word now to mean the contents of a teenager's bedroom, or the last 10 minutes of a flight delay. It's been dragged so far from where it started. To the Greeks, chaos wasn't noise. It wasn't panic or mess or frenzy. It was something so much emptier than any of those things, because all of those things need a world to live inside, and there was no world. There wasn't anything. Chaos was a gap, a huge, open, wordless gap. Think of the pause between two thoughts, not the thoughts themselves, just the white space in between, and then pull that pause outward in every direction until there are no edges left to find. That's closer. That's something like what they meant. It wasn't evil. It wasn't good. It wasn't even neutral, because neutral implies a scale, and scales require something to weigh. Chaos predated weighing. It was the absence of a rival, not a thing. The space where things had not yet decided to be. And then, from all that enormous nothing, something shifted. Not loudly. There was no thunder announcing it, no beam of light cutting through anything. The first thing simply appeared, the way sleep appears when you've been lying still long enough, not arriving so much as becoming. First came Gaia, the earth, wide and deep and carrying a patience that makes our own patience look embarrassing. She wasn't yet anyone's mother. She was just the ground, the surface, the fact of flatness. Then came Tartarus, who was everything beneath her, an abyss so far down and so completely without light that if you dropped something from the top of the sky, a bronze anvil, the Greeks specified, and I've always liked that they specified. That's the kind of detail that feels chosen rather than calculated. It would fall for 9 full days and nights before landing. And third came Eros, not the cherub, not the little winged child later centuries were so fond of painting with his ridiculous arrows. This Eros was something older and stranger than any of that. He was the force itself, the wanting, the thing that makes one piece of the universe reach toward another. Without him, nothing would have touched anything else, and everything would have stayed in its own separate quiet forever. These were not gods the way we tend to imagine gods. No faces yet, no grudges, no names carved into stone by trembling hands. They were, I'm not sure I can describe this well, but I'll try. Facts that had decided to take up space. Elemental truths putting on shapes and stepping forward from the nothing, because someone or something needed them to. Then came Nyx, night. She came wrapped in a darkness so complete that even the void of chaos seems, in the old stories, to have shifted slightly out of her way, recognizing something in her that it hadn't been expecting. Nyx wasn't simply dark. She was the original dark, The darkness that doesn't run when you light a candle. It just waits in the corners for the candle to stop. She was among the most powerful presences in the entire Greek world, so powerful that even Zeus, who threw lightning and rewrote the rules whenever he felt like it, would later think twice before getting on her wrong side. Beside her walked Erebus, the specific darkness of beneath, the underground dark, the dark that lives below your feet rather than above your head. Anyway, from night and darkness came two children, and these two are the ones that change the shape of everything. Let me collect the thread here, because I want to get this right. The first child was ether, pure, blazing, brilliant upper air, the air that only gods breathe, not mortals. It pressed itself upward toward the ceiling of the world and stayed there, luminous and clean in a way that nothing below it could quite replicate. And the second was Hemera, day, who, from the very first moment she existed, was locked into a chase she could never win and was never meant to win. Because the arrangement was this: whenever Nyx pulled her dark veil back and retreated to the far edges of the world to rest, Hemera stepped forward into the space her mother had left and filled it with light. And when Hemera tired and drew back, Nyx rose and reclaimed the sky. The cycle of night and day it was never a matter of planets and orbits, not in this telling. It was a mother and a daughter, trading the world back and forth across a threshold they never quite crossed at the same time. Every dawn was Hemera stepping forward. Every dusk was Nyx returning, neither of them stopping, neither of them resting at the same time, turning the world over to each other again and again at the edge of everything. So there, Gaia did not wait. Patient, yes, she was all of those things, vast and slow and wide in the way that only something truly enormous gets to be slow. But she was also fertile in a way that the universe had no frame of reference for, yet because nothing else had ever been fertile before her. And so, from her own body, with no partner, no reaching, no union of any kind, she produced Uranus, the sky, star-scattered and colossal, arching himself across the whole of her surface, bending his great starlit body downward to meet the earth beneath him. He was her son and her consort both, and I find I can't linger too long on that. It's one of those mythological arrangements that the Greeks treated as cosmological fact, and that I'm going to ask you to simply receive rather than interrogate. What matters is the shape it made: a dome above a plane, a ceiling above a floor, an above and a below, which are, when you think about it, the very first things any world requires before anything else can be organized inside it. She also raised the mountains from herself. They came up from her body like long ridges of bone, tall and silent and still, and she brought forth Pontus, the sea, who arrived already restless, already surging with a will that belonged entirely to him. Earth and sky, the first great pair, and from that pairing, the world began, slowly, hugely, to fill. The Titans were 12, 6 sons, 6 daughters, each one vast and elemental and difficult to hold all at once in the mind. I'll try to do them justice, but I'm not sure I entirely can, and I'm going to write that sentence and leave it there rather than pretend otherwise. Think of them as forces that had agreed, for the time being, to take the shape of persons. Among the sons, Oceanus, who was the great encircling river at the edge of everything. Though calling him a river is like calling the sky a ceiling, technically accurate and somehow completely missing the point. Hyperion, Lord of Light, carrying within himself the radiance that his children would eventually divide and carry separately into the world. Curse, the Inquirer, the one who reaches toward knowledge. Iapetus, whose line leads, after many turnings, to human beings. Crius, and Cronus, the youngest, the one who had learned to wait, and in waiting had cultivated a patience that was really just ambition with a long fuse. Among the daughters, I want to slow down for Mnemosyne, and I acknowledge that this is probably disproportionate attention, but she gets to me in a way the others don't quite. She was memory, the retention of all things, the reason that anything that happened mattered at all, because without her, events would have dissolved back into the void the moment they finished occurring. Everything that gets told, every story, including this one, exists because something like her exists. I find that genuinely strange to sit with. The others, Thea, shining, who would become the mother of the sun and moon. Rhea, whose strength didn't announce itself. Themis, who held the right order of things in her before courts or kings had ever tried to legislate it. Phoebe, silvery, prophetic. Tethys, vast and gentle. Anyway, Gaia's generative power did not stop at the Titans. It did not stop at magnificent. The earth grows nightshade alongside roses, wolves and lambs from the same soil, and Gaia's womb worked the same way. It produced what was dreadful and monstrous with the same indifference it produced what was beautiful. The Cyclops came first. 3 of them. Brontes, whose name meant thunder. Steropes, lightning. Arges, the bright one, each with a single eye burning in the center of his forehead, wide and hot as a forge mouth. They were enormous and strange, and absolutely without smallness or delicacy. Smiths by nature, craftsmen of raw and elemental force. When they moved, the ground registered it. I need to pause here, because what comes next is harder to describe without making it sound like a catalogue. And a catalogue is exactly wrong for what the hecatonkais were. 50 heads each, 100 arms each. 3 of them, Cottus, Briareos, Gyges. And when they reached outward with all of those arms at once, they could redirect rivers, scatter mountains the way a distracted child scatters pebbles across a table. They were strength that had no direction yet, because nothing in existence had yet been strong enough to give it one. That's a detail that catches me. All that force and nowhere to spend it. Something almost. I'm pulling back from the word I almost used there. It doesn't belong here. Forget I nearly said it. Uranus looked at them and felt something move through him that we might as well call fear, because that is what it was, even if the Greeks would have clothed it differently. He was the lord of the sky. He was enormous and proud and spread himself across the earth every night like a canopy of stars. And he looked down at these things born from his own union with Gaia, and where she found something in them, some recognition, some generative pride, he found only the shape of his own ending. The Cyclopes, the 100-handed ones, he saw power that exceeded his. He saw the next thing. Every ruler who has ever existed, god or mortal or anything in between, knows that particular terror, the thing that comes after, the thing that makes your own reign suddenly feel like a parenthesis. So he moved, swiftly, without hesitation, the way the way a king moves when he has decided that his fear is a policy decision, which is to say, badly. which is to say with a kind of logic that looks like strength from the inside and looks like cowardice from everywhere else. He shoved them back in, into Gaia, into the earth, into her own body, forced back down into the dark and the rock and the crushing weight of the world above them, sealed there where they could not grow, could not become whatever it was that he had decided they would become if left alone. The children she had made from her own abundance, her own overflow, pressed back inside her like a wound closing the wrong way. Gaia groaned. And I want to be careful here, because the word groans under the weight of what it's trying to carry. This is not metaphor dressed up as geology. The earth groaned, deep and slow, the way it still groans now in earthquakes, in the low rumble before a volcano remembers itself. She had given these children with the full generosity of what she was, and now she carried them again, not freely, not by choice, but under compulsion, under the pressing weight of the sky above her, who descended on her every night regardless of her pain, her grief. The children trapped inside her, they shifted and pushed against her walls. She endured it for a time, because endurance is something the earth knows by instinct, the way stone knows how to wait. But she began to think, and that thinking, I need to hold there for a moment before moving on, because it matters that she thinks. The first act of resistance in the Greek cosmos is a mother deciding to think, not to strike, to think. Tonight, though, we are still at the very beginning of things. We are standing at the edge of the oldest dark, listening to a world that has not yet fully decided what it will be. And what I want you to carry with you into your sleep is this: before law, before justice, before language or love, or any temple or any song, the world was made from force and union and grief. Chaos opened itself and allowed Gaia to exist. Gaia opened herself and allowed mountains and seas and children to exist. And Uranus, proud and frightened, pressing himself against the earth, was doing what every ruler does when they are more afraid than they are wise. Let that settle over you. The world began in enormous quiet. You are part of something that has been unfolding slowly and magnificently for longer than any mind can truly hold. Sleep well. The sky rested on the earth with the particular weight of something that believes it owns what it presses against. Every night, Uranus descended, arching across Gaia in the dark, the ancient and compulsory ritual of sky on earth. And beneath that weight the world was sealed, and inside the earth the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones groaned in their prison, and their groaning moved through the rock, and the mountains shook with it from the inside, and Gaia felt all of it. She suffered. She suffered the way conscious things suffer, with awareness and with memory and with the slow accumulation of injury that eventually transforms even the most patient of creatures into something that decides to act. She carried her monstrous children inside her, forced there, sealed there against her nature, and above her, pressing down, the one responsible. She had now time to think, a great deal of time. Anyway, from her own flesh, from the hard and ancient stuff of the earth itself, she made something. Flint, grey and cold and older than almost everything. She shaped it into a sickle, great and jagged, its edge honed by nothing except the intention of the earth herself. And I genuinely don't know why that detail, the intentionality of the sharpening, the fact that no tool made it sharp, only her wanting it to be, sits with me the way it does. But it does. I've written it, and I'm leaving it. She went to her Titan sons. She laid her suffering in front of them without decoration. Your father has wronged me. Your brothers are caged inside my body. Who among you will take this blade and do what the situation requires? One by one, they looked away. Oceanus said nothing. Hyperion turned his luminous face toward the stars above him and kept it there. Coeus, Creus, Iapetus, each one vast and capable and proud, each one finding somewhere else to look. The fear of Uranus was older than they were, which made it, in some sense, the first inherited thing in the cosmos. The original thing passed from father to child without anyone meaning to pass it. Even Titans know what it is to have something pressed down on them from above. Cronus stepped forward, the youngest, the still one, the one with eyes that had been watching for a long time and a patience that was, let me try that again. His patience was the kind that builds up behind itself, the way water builds behind a dam, and when it finally moves, it does not move gently. He stepped forward and said, "Give me the blade." Whether he loved his mother, or whether he simply recognized the door that was opening in front of him, the old stories disagree. Maybe both were true. Maybe what felt to him like justice was also something else, something running underneath it that he had less access to than he believed. I need to stop and look at where we are, because we have arrived, without quite realizing it, at the oldest story in the collection, older than Troy, older than the labors and the monsters and the heroes, the moment when a son raises a weapon against his father. The Greeks did not seem surprised that this was how things began. Perhaps they understood something about power that we prefer to dress differently. Gaia set the trap. She waited for Uranus to descend as he always descended, coming down in the deep dark, laying himself across her in the old ritual. And from the shadows, Cronus moved. The story is stark. It does not reach for softness. It does not look away. The sickle came down. Uranus was what he was after, was diminished, wounded and howling, withdrawing upward from the earth. And as his blood fell into the sea below, it would seed new things, terrible and beautiful things. But that is for another night. What matters now is this. The sky and the earth separated. The world opened between them. Cronus stood in the space left behind, holding the blade. The sickle came down with both hands behind it, and a decision that had already been fully made. And Uranus cried out, and the sky shook with the sound of it, shook in a way that had no precedent, because nothing had ever made the sky cry out before. Cronus turned away immediately after, cast the severed flesh into the sea without looking at what he had done, and the sky and the earth pulled apart for the first time with a finality that I keep trying to find the right word for and keep failing to find, so I'll leave it as this. Like something that had been one thing for so long it had forgotten it could be two. Where the blood struck the earth, things were born. The Erinyes first, the Furies, cloaked in old shadow, ancient even by the standards of a world that was itself ancient. Their purpose already fully formed at the moment of their arrival, to hunt, oath breakers, kinslayers, those who committed the particular violations that the cosmos could not simply absorb and move on from. They did not pursue out of pleasure or cruelty. This is important to me, though I couldn't tell you exactly why I keep coming back to it. They pursued the way an unpaid debt pursues, the way consequence pursues, out of a deep and impersonal accounting that the universe had apparently decided needed enforcers. The giants came too, immense and armored, who would one day make war on the Olympians themselves, and the mealy, the ash tree nymphs who took up their posts at the edges of wild places and stayed there, watching over the forests no city had yet imagined touching. Where the severed flesh met the sea, the water changed. It foamed, it churned and whitened around the thing that had fallen into it, and from that foam, rising with no haste at all, stepping ashore at Cyprus with the particular ease of something that has never once doubted its right to exist, came Aphrodite, goddess of love and desire and the beautiful terror that lives inside both. She came from an act of violence, and she was herself a kind of force, though she carried it differently than the Furies carried theirs. She stepped onto the shore, and the world became, from that precise moment, more dangerous, also more magnificent. I'm not sure those two things are separable in her case. Uranus withdrew into the heights, wounded, diminished, going. But before he fully went, he turned back and spoke. And this is the part that stays with me, because it is delivered with the particular precision of someone who has just lost everything and wants to make sure the winner knows something he'd rather not know. He said, "What you did to me, your own child will do to you." The stories frame this as prophecy, but I think it's more accurate to call it pattern recognition. Uranus had lived long enough to see the shape of things. He was telling Cronus what he had already seen happen once from the outside, and was now telling him it would happen again from the inside. Cronus heard it. He tucked it somewhere inside himself and immediately began to be afraid. The world, though, the world breathed, with the sky no longer pressed against the earth like a hand pressed against a wound. The Titans rose to their full height and looked out at a cosmos that finally had room in it for them. Cronus moved to the center of it and called it his. He wrapped himself in authority and sat down in the sky throne and began the work of ruling. Let me collect the thread here, because what comes next is a strange thing to describe, and I want to describe it accurately. The reign of Cronus, and this is the part that gets lost later, when he becomes only the monster who swallowed his children, was at first genuinely good. Later poets called it the Golden Age, and they were not reaching when they said so. The mortals who lived under his reign lived freely, without aging in the way that aging would later come to mean, without illness, without want. The land gave what they needed. They slept and woke in a rhythm that had nothing brutal in it. An age without logs is one way to say it. An age before anyone had thought of the thing a lock is designed to stop. But inside Cronus, behind the stillness he wore, like a coat that fits well on the outside but pulls strangely across the shoulders. That's not quite right. I'll move on. Behind the stillness he wore, the words of Uranus kept moving, settled in like something that cannot be removed without doing more damage than leaving it. Every morning, the same thought. His child would do to him what he had done to his father. The universe had established the rhythm, and he had heard it stated plainly, and he could not unhear it. Anyway, he took Rhea as his wife, his sister a Titaness, and I want to be careful here because Rhea deserves more than the few sentences she usually gets in this part of the story. She was a being of genuine and profound strength, the kind that announces itself quietly or not at all, and in another arrangement of the cosmos, she might have been counted among its great powers. She was Rhea, but she was also married to a frightened king, and frightened kings have a specific and consistent talent for making smaller the people closest to them. They ruled. The golden age continued. Rhea grew round with the first child. When the child came, Cronus held out his hands. He swallowed it. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, swallowed whole. Immediately, with an efficiency that carried no particular rage, just the cold execution of a decision that had been made far in advance of the child's arrival. No ceremony, no hesitation. The infant was there, and then was not there, sealed in the dark interior of her father's fear. Rhea held her empty arms. That's all I'll say about that. Demeter came next. Grain, growing things, the slow abundance of the earth. Swallowed. Then Hera, already sharp-eyed, already carrying something fierce even in the first moments of her existence. Swallowed. Then Hades. Then Poseidon, who would one day move the ocean with his wrist. Each of them arriving, each of them gone. Sealed inside their father the same way the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones had been sealed inside the earth a generation before, because Cronus had learned his method from the only teacher he had, and the lesson had been this: what you fear, you bury. Rhea's grief accumulated. It became something harder than grief. She began to think. Rhea wept each time. 5 times the same sorrow arrived, and 5 times she had nothing to meet it with, except the full weight of experiencing it, which is its own kind of endurance and its own kind of violence. She was powerless, and she knew she was powerless, and she went on knowing it through each one. The 6th time was different. Something shifted in her when she felt the 6th child moving. And I want to be precise about this because the stories often make it sound sudden. A decision, a moment, a resolve. But it was slow. The way the earth changes. Force applied over a long, patient time until the surface finally shows what has been happening underneath it for years. She went to Gaia, her own mother, the earth, who had carried this same grief in her own body when her children were sealed inside her by a frightened sky god, and she asked what could be done. Gaia told her, Crete, deep in the mountains of that island, in a cave under the slopes of Mount Ida, where the mountain nymphs kept the old secrets and the shepherds knew better than to ask too many questions. Rhea gave birth to her 6th child, a boy. His cry, before she could silence it, moved through the trees. His eyes opened with an alertness that had no business being in a newborn's face. When he closed his hand around her finger, the grip had something in it that I find difficult to name. Not strength exactly, not yet, but the certainty that strength was coming and knew exactly where it was going. His name was Zeus. Rhea wrapped a stone in cloth. She shaped it, swaddled it, held it with the deliberate care of a performance, and carried it back to Cronus with her face arranged into the expression he expected. He took it. He swallowed it without looking closely, and was satisfied, and went back to being afraid of the future in the particular way that men are afraid when they believe they have just handled something. Anyway, beneath Mount Ida, Zeus grew. The Curetes guarded him, young warriors who clashed their shields together and stamped their feet in loud rhythmic dances whenever the infant cried, swallowing the sound of him in their racket so that it would not travel up into the sky. The divine goat Amalthea fed him, and her milk built something in him that ordinary food could never have built, He grew. The cave held him for as long as a cave could hold something like him, which was not forever. Let me collect myself here, because what I'm about to describe is the part of the story that I think gets compressed too quickly in most tellings, and the compression costs something. Zeus came down from that mountain already knowing. That's the thing. Raised on secrets, tended by those who understood exactly what he was and what the cosmos required of him, shaped by Gaia's slow and rumbling presence in his dreams and his waking hours. He arrived at adulthood without any of the uncertainty that adulthood usually carries. He knew his origin. He knew his siblings were inside his father. He knew the Cyclops and the 100-handed ones were still sealed in Tartarus, still carrying all that force with nowhere to spend it, their anger by now old enough to have become something geological. He knew what needed to happen. He had known for a long time. He went to Metis first, the Titaness of wisdom, and this is the detail that has always interested me more than it probably should. Her counsel mattered more to Zeus in this moment than his own thunderbolt. Force alone couldn't undo what Cronus had done. The children were inside him. They needed to come out. And for that, you needed precision, not power. You needed the right thing at the right moment. You needed the right drink. Zeus returned to his father in disguise. With the ease of someone who has rehearsed this in his head many times and has finally arrived at the actual occasion, he offered Cronus something to drink. Sweet, thick, prepared by Metis, with the particular expertise of someone who understands bodies and what can be asked of them. Cronus drank it, the way a man who has never been given reason to distrust his cup drinks something offered to him. Then Cronus's body began to disagree with his decisions. He brought them back up, one by one, in the order he had swallowed them, reversed. Hestia first, then Demeter, then Hera, then Hades, then Poseidon, and they emerged as gods, full-grown, blazing with the compressed force of all that time sealed in the dark, stepping into the world with the wide-eyed intensity of people who have been kept very small for a very long time and have just been allowed to stand at their full height. Something almost... I'm going to leave that thought where it is. It doesn't belong to this world. Forget it. They looked at Cronus. Then they looked at Zeus, the brother they had never met, the youngest standing there, the one who had done this. They would not forget any of it. Not the dark, not the waiting, not the fact of who had come for them. Cronus gathered his forces. The Titans rallied to him. Kin is kin, and they had ruled the world under him, and the alternative was to yield to a generation they had no reason yet to respect. They went to Mount Arthris in the south, the old seat, the place where Titan power had always sat. They prepared. Oceanus stayed out of it. Too vast, maybe. Too old and encircling to take a side in something he had perhaps already seen the end of. I've always found that detail quietly fascinating. The one Titan wide enough to wrap the whole world, choosing to simply wait at the edges of it while everything inside him burned. But I can't linger there. The others chose. Coeus and Crius and Hyperion and Iapetus took their positions beside Cronus on Othrys, and the war began. 10 years. The poets called it the Titanomachy, and the name earns itself. This was not a war of armies, of formations, of strategy played out on plains between men with spears. This was something fought between beings whose power was woven into the actual fabric of the natural world, and the natural world showed it. The sky went dark in a way that had nothing to do with night. Thunder rolled continuously, not Zeus's thunder yet, just the sound of the cosmos under pressure, and mountains cracked under the weight of what was being decided above and below them. The sea rose and held itself up past where it should have come back down. Volcanoes opened in places that had been solid ground the week before. Islands appeared, disappeared. The young world held onto itself with both hands. Mount Othrys on one side, Mount Olympus on the other. 10 years of the space between them being the worst place in existence. Neither side could finish it. The Titans had depth, age, rootedness, power that had had time to settle all the way down into the structure of things. The Olympians had fury and youth, and the particular kind of drive that comes from having been imprisoned before you were given the chance to exist. But neither of those things was enough. The war kept going. The world kept suffering for it. Then Gaia moved. She came to Zeus the way she always came, slowly from underneath, rising through the soles of his feet, the way deep knowledge rises when you've been standing still long enough to receive it. She told him what the balance required. Down in Tartarus, the Cyclopes, the 100-handed ones, still there, still chained in the dark after all this time, their strength unchanged, their patience converted by now into something enormous and pressurized. If Zeus could reach them, free them, give them a reason, the war would end. I need to pause here because I want to make sure I've made clear what this means. Tartarus was not a dungeon. It was the abyss. The place beneath everything. So far down that the bronze anvil takes 9 days to arrive. To go there as a living being was to go somewhere that the living were not the intended occupants of. Zeus went anyway. He went down through the dark, past the levels of the world, past the places where light has any business being, and he found the chains, and he broke them. The Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones had been there a very long time. Gratitude, when it finally came to them, came the way it comes to those who've been waiting for it longest, with great and quiet force. The Cyclopes forged. For Zeus, the thunderbolt. This is the thing I find hardest to describe adequately, because calling it a weapon is like calling the ocean wet, accurate technically, and completely failing to account for the scale of what you are talking about. The thunderbolt held within its length the entire collected force of sky storms, the full and gathered fury of every cloud that had ever cracked open over any mountain. For Poseidon, the trident, resonant with the authority of the deep in a way that made the sea recognize it immediately. For Hades, the helm of darkness, a cap that removed its wearer from the visible world so completely that even the eyes of gods found nothing where the wearer stood. Anyway, the 100-handed ones entered the battle, and when they did, 3 beings each carrying 100 arms and the full momentum of primordial creation behind every one of them began using mountains as throwing stones, and the character of the war changed in a single afternoon. The Titans felt it. Othrys shook in a way it hadn't shaken in 10 years of fighting. Cronus, unyielding, proud, still Cronus, felt for the first time the specific sensation of a battle going against him past the point of reversal, the moment that slides through your chest like a cold current, there and then gone. But you know what it was. Zeus released the thunderbolts. The sky burned like something being turned inside out. The earth burned, the sea boiled at its edges, and the steam rose into a sky that was already wrong with fire, and the Titans fell, one after another, driven down and down until Zeus. It is worth noting here that Zeus did not kill them, which surprises people who expect the victors of cosmic wars to be thorough about it in the obvious way. He was Rhea's son. He imprisoned them instead. He drove them into Tartarus, into the same pit that had held the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones. And the 100-handed ones sealed it behind bronze gates. They forged themselves with what I can only imagine was a very particular satisfaction. Prometheus stayed free, his brother Prometheus with him. They had sided with Zeus from the start. Themis stayed free because her knowledge of right order was too valuable to seal in the dark. The rest went in. The gates closed. The age of the Titans was done. The sky cleared. The fires went out. The mountains stopped moving. The world lay quiet under a sky that had been one scorched and reshaped and quieter than it had been in 10 years. And Zeus stood in the middle of it, holding a thunderbolt, looking out at everything that now needed to be arranged. He knew he couldn't do it alone. That much was clear. After the world had been given a few days to remember what silence felt like, the three brothers stood together, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, sons of Cronus and Rhea, reunited in the full and blazing fact of what they were, each one enormous, each one aware, with the particular awareness of people who have just fought a 10-year war side by side, that the world they had won needed to be divided now, before the winning of it gave any of them ideas about keeping all of it. They did not argue. Worth noting, in a lineage where argument had been the primary inheritance passed from one generation to the next, where every transfer of power had been accomplished through force or fear or the particular violence of a father who had run out of better ideas. These three stood together and chose dice, cast lots, agreed beforehand that whatever came up would hold, that chance would settle what strength would only prolong. The lots fell to Zeus, the sky, the broad and endless heavens, everything between the mountain peaks and the fixed stars, the place where storms begin and collapse and begin again. He became the voice in the long, rolling approach of weather coming in from the horizon, the weight in the air before lightning. The eagle became his herald, circling above everything, seeing farther than anything else, reporting back in its silence. I've always thought there's something right about that. The eagle never speaks. It just watches. To Poseidon, the sea, the full, churning, incomprehensible weight of it, and the rivers that fed it, and the cold springs that rose from under the earth, and the deep subterranean waters that moved in darkness nobody had ever visited. He took the trident down to the deeps and built a palace there. Coral, pale stone, something the stories describe as sea gold, which I'm not sure I can picture accurately, and I have written it anyway. And from there, he ruled everything wet and in motion and lacking solid ground. He was capable of tremendous destruction and also, when he chose to be, of tremendous generosity. The sea is both things. Its god was both things. To Hades, the underworld, he accepted it without complaint, which is the detail that matters most and gets discussed least. He took the realm that no one else wanted, the kingdom under all kingdoms, the place where all roads arrive eventually, regardless of who is walking them. And he ruled it with a quiet and unyielding dignity that I find if I'm being honest, more compelling than almost anything else in this entire mythology. He was, let me try that again. He was inevitable in the way that certain facts are inevitable, the kind you spend your whole life walking toward without realizing it until you arrive. Some people experience that as cruelty, others as mercy. Hades himself seemed largely indifferent to either interpretation. The Earth's surface was declared common. Mortals walked it and planted it and bled on it and built cities into it, and it belonged to all of the gods at once and to none of them exclusively, which meant that competing divine interests would occasionally make the surface of the world into a very uncomfortable place to be immortal, an imperfect arrangement. Most arrangements between beings of enormous power are imperfect by necessity. I need to pause here, because what follows is the part where the world stops being a war and starts being a pantheon. And the shift is harder to describe than I expected when I sat down tonight. The structure changes, the energy changes. Let me find it. Zeus called a council on Olympus, and they came. His sisters arrived first. Hera, sharp-eyed and proud, taking her place beside him with the bearing of someone who had survived things that would have dissolved a lesser being, and had come out the other side of that survival with all her edges intact. Demeter, quieter now than she'd been, walking at ground level, pressing her attention into soil and seed and the long, careful work of growth. And Hestia, the oldest, the most overlooked always. And I notice I feel something when I write that, though I couldn't tell you why Hestia gets to me the way she does when she appears so briefly in most of the stories. She asked for no throne, no temple, no army of priests bringing their best animals. She asked only for the right to tend the fire at the center of Olympus and the fires in every home across the mortal world, which is, when you hold it up to the light, the most quietly enormous request anyone made in that entire arrangement. Anyway, the younger gods came next, arriving with their histories already complicated in some cases, in others arriving in ways that required explanation. Athena requires explanation. Zeus had heard a prophecy, because of course he had, because prophecy in this mythology is the thing you cannot escape no matter how carefully you try to escape it, that a child born of the Titaness Metis would surpass its father. Zeus, who had watched his own father be surpassed and had done the surpassing himself, decided to handle this proactively in a move that is either evidence of his cleverness or evidence that clever and wise are two entirely different things depending on the situation. He swallowed Metis, swallowed her whole, the way his father had swallowed his siblings, the pattern continuing in its relentless and apparently unteachable way. And here I catch myself, because there's something almost administrative about the repetition of this gesture across 3 generations, something that would look at home in a different kind of story entirely, and I'm pulling back from that. This is not that kind of story. Forget I nearly went there. Metis, inside Zeus, continued working. She had one task and a very limited workspace, and she completed the task anyway, which is its own kind of power. She fashioned armor, bronze, complete, fitted for the child already forming inside the walls of Zeus's skull. And then one day, Zeus was struck by a headache, so violent and so impossible to locate that Hephaestus, the smith god, the maker, had to split his head open with a hammer to relieve the pressure. And from that opening, Athena stepped out, fully formed, already armored from her feet to her shoulders, spear already in hand, grey eyes open and absolutely unimpressed by the circumstances of her own birth. She was the goddess of wisdom and strategy, of the craft of war that involves thinking before moving, rather than moving instead of thinking. She favored the clever. She would spend her existence building things rather than burning them, which in a pantheon that burned a great deal makes her, I think, the most quietly radical figure in it. She took her place on Olympus. The council filled. The world had its gods. The gods had their domains. The structure that had been forming since chaos opened itself into something, sat finally in place, enormous and intricate, and already in its first moments, generating the kind of frictions and alliances and catastrophic misunderstandings that would keep the poets busy for the next 3,000 years. The sky held, the sea moved, the dead went where they went, and above it all, Olympus. And above Olympus, nothing, just the old dark, waiting the way it always waits, at the edges of everything that thinks it has finally become permanent. Apollo and Artemis arrived together, as twins do, though the arrival itself had been preceded by a homelessness that I find genuinely difficult to hold in the mind, without something lurching slightly in my chest. Their mother was Leto, a Titaness, and Hera, whose jealousy of Zeus's other entanglements had by this point become one of the organizing forces of the age, as reliable as weather and considerably less forgiving, had declared that Leto would find no fixed ground, willing to receive her. Every place she approached turned her away. The earth itself, ordinarily so generous with Gaia's abundance, flinched from her. She wandered, heavy with divine children, refused by solid ground wherever she tried to rest. The most homeless figure in a cosmos that had just finished sorting out who owned what. The floating island of Delos said yes. Perhaps because floating, technically, is not fixed, and Hera's decree had specified fixed ground, and there is in this mythology a long tradition of escaping fate through loopholes, through the letter of the thing rather than its spirit. On that drifting shore, Leto gave birth. Apollo came first, golden-haired, immediately luminous, radiating from his first breath the quality of light that would define his entire existence. He became the god of sun and prophecy and music and healing. 4 things the Greeks understood as essentially the same kind of thing, which tells you something about how they thought about light. His oracle at Delphi would become the most consulted and the most cryptic voice in the ancient world, answering everything and clarifying nothing, which is either the nature of prophecy or the nature of power. And I suspect the Greeks knew they were the same. His arrows healed. His arrows also carried plague. The sun grows things, and the sun burns things, and Apollo held both possibilities in the same hand at the same time, always. Artemis came with him. And here is where I want to slow down, because Artemis is the one I keep coming back to when I think about this mythology and what it understood about a certain kind of freedom. Silver to his gold, the hunt, wild animals, moonlight, the protected solitude of girls who had not yet been arranged into someone's household, the threshold moment of childbirth. On the surface, an odd combination. But all of those things share the quality of being outside the domestic, outside the organized, outside the city walls. And Artemis went immediately and permanently to those places and stayed there. Swift, self-sufficient, completely indifferent to what gods or men thought she should want or be. I'm not sure I can describe why she interests me more than she probably should at this point in the narrative. I've written it, and I'm leaving it. Let me collect the thread. Ares came, son of Zeus and Hera. Legitimate, genealogically, which meant he had the right papers, but no one was entirely sure what to do with him at the table. He was strength emptied of strategy, violence without purpose or direction, the noise and blood of battle removed from everything that might have given it meaning. Other gods fought, Athena fought, but Athena thought first, and that difference was everything. Ares thought almost exclusively about the next blow. He was feared in the way a storm is feared, not for any quality it possesses, but for what it does to you if you're standing in the wrong place when it arrives. Hephaestus, the smith, the lame one. His origin was disputed even among the gods. Hera bore him alone, some said, out of spite to prove she needed no partner. Others said Zeus threw him from Olympus in a rage, and the fall broke his leg. Either version produces the same result. A god made an outsider by the circumstances of his birth, who responded by becoming the most indispensable craftsman in the cosmos, because nothing survives contempt like usefulness. He built the palaces of Olympus. He forged the armor of the gods. He made golden servants that moved through his workshops on their own, automated and articulate, which is a detail that I've always found sits slightly strangely against the rest of the mythology. Like a word from a different language that somehow got into the sentence. He would later make the chains that held Prometheus and the net that caught Ares and Aphrodite. The lame god, the maker, the one nobody looked at directly and nobody could do without. Anyway, Aphrodite took her seat among the Olympians with the serene and specific confidence of someone who understands precisely how disruptive their presence is in any room and has decided to simply be present anyway. She was married to Hephaestus, which anyone paying attention could see was not going to resolve neatly, and she gave her heart to Ares, which is the kind of detail that would seem almost too on the nose if a human writer had invented it. Beauty choosing war, the craftsman watching from his forge. But mythology has no obligation to avoid symbolism. She moved gods and mortals alike toward the precise kinds of longing that produced the most interesting and the most catastrophic stories. Even Zeus, with his thunderbolts and his sovereignty and his long habit of arranging things according to his preferences, could not command her. Love, the Greeks understood very clearly, does not answer to authority. And then there was Hermes. I'll be honest, Hermes is the one I find hardest to write about with any appearance of objectivity, because something in his particular quality of being, quick, knowing, slipping through every border that stops everything else, finding the whole arrangement slightly funnier than everyone around him does, catches me in a way that I can't fully justify and am going to stop trying to justify. He was born in an Arcadian cave to a mountain nymph named Maia, a son of Zeus, and on the first day of his existence, he stole Apollo's cattle, invented the lyre from the shell of a tortoise he encountered on the way, played a song beautiful enough to make Apollo lower his anger, and negotiated himself into the position of divine messenger before the day was out. He moved between Olympus and the underworld and back with the ease of someone who has never fully belonged to any single world and has therefore learned to be comfortable everywhere. He carried messages. He guided the newly dead across the threshold. He slipped through every boundary that held everything else in place, always smiling in a way that suggested the whole system was, to him, a kind of very elaborate and very enjoyable game. This was the Olympian court. Powers is what they were. Raw, ancient, enormous powers that had agreed, more or less, to take the shapes of persons, with all the complications that implies, the grudges, the vanities, the loves, the specific and long-remembered betrayals. They quarreled the way that people quarrel when they are bound to each other past the point of separation, viciously and without ever fully losing the awareness that they are bound. They took sides in mortal conflicts. They created, they destroyed, often the same afternoon. The world was young, still forming at its edges. They left their marks on all of it. From Olympus, they watched the world below, and the world below, in its own time, at its own pace, looked up. Before the first human hand was raised to build the first wall, there were no human hands. The gods had the world entirely to themselves. Olympus shone above a planet that was green and wild and unwitnessed, full of creatures that had never heard a human voice, never oriented themselves by a human fire, never been given a name by anything with a name itself. The gods moved through it and shaped it and had opinions about it. But the earth in those early days had no one standing still enough in it and removed enough from their own hunger and fear to look at a mountain and feel something that couldn't be categorized as an immediate survival concern. It was Prometheus who first imagined what humans might be. He was a titan. He carried within him an age that the Olympians had not yet accumulated, a weight of time that expressed itself as a particular kind of clarity. His name meant forethought, and names in this mythology are more than labels. They are descriptions, accurately delivered in advance. He could see what was coming before it arrived. He had sided with Zeus against Cronus, not out of loyalty or affection, but out of the cold, simple vision of someone who could already see where the long arc was bending and understood that being on the right side of it was more useful than being on the proud side of it. He was also, uniquely among the great powers of his age, genuinely interested in the question of what was fair. The gods, to be direct about it, were mostly not. Prometheus was. I'm not sure why that detail matters to me as much as it does, but I've written it several times now and keep leaving it in, so I'll stop questioning it. He walked beside his brother Epimetheus, whose name meant afterthought, and who was, to put it plainly, the negative shape of every quality Prometheus possessed. Where one saw consequences in advance, the other acted and then reconsidered, which is a significantly less useful order of operations, and the history of Epimetheus's choices would demonstrate this with a consistency that almost rises to the level of comedy, except that the consequences were real, and some of them were permanent. Prometheus looked at the world and saw a vacancy in it. Every grandeur was there. Every kind of terror and beauty the natural world could produce, but nothing witnessed it. Nothing stood at enough of a distance from its own instincts to observe the fact of its own existence. He shaped them from clay, beside a river, from water and earth, and the particular patience of a being who sees what he's making before he makes it. Prometheus shaped the first human beings. He He gave them upright posture so their eyes faced the sky. He gave them proportions that reflected the divine, or approximated it closely enough that you could read the intention. And he gave them the restless, reflective intelligence that would be, depending on the day, either their greatest gift or their most reliable source of misery, sometimes both before noon. They were fragile though, soft-skinned, slow, unclawed, unfanged, without the natural armor that everything else in the wild world had apparently been issued at the start. They came into existence essentially exposed, shivering through the first winters, unable to do any of the 10,000 things that require fire before they can be done. In the dark after the sun went down, they were in the dark. Prometheus looked at what he had made. That particular ache, the gap between what you intended and what you've produced, settled into him. He went to Olympus and made his case to Zeus directly. Give them fire. Give them the thing that closes the distance between surviving and living. Zeus said no. The reasons were multiple, probably, and not all of them were ones Zeus would have said out loud. But somewhere in the refusal was the logic of a king who understood from very personal experience how quickly the balance shifts when something new and capable enters the world. Mortals with fire were a different category of problem. Zeus had enough categories of problem already. Prometheus considered this. Then he went to Hephaestus's forge anyway. Let me collect myself here, because this is the moment the story turns on, and I want to place it correctly. He approached the forge with a hollow fennel stalk, thick-walled, slow-burning, the kind of plant that carries fire inside itself without announcing it. He touched the interior to the divine flame. He walked away from Olympus with an ember smoldering in the stalk's core, warm against his palm, hidden from anything that wasn't looking carefully. A theft executed with complete advanced knowledge of its consequences, which is the thing about Prometheus that I find, and I know I keep circling this, genuinely difficult to absorb. He saw exactly what was coming. He stole the fire anyway. Anyway, he carried it down, across the distance between the divine and the mortal. He knelt beside the first fire that human hands had ever held, and he passed the ember across, and the world changed in a way that only a few things in history change. Completely. Immediately, past the point of being undone. Warmth, light, cooked meat, the slow accumulation of everything that follows from those three things, which is to say, tools, walls, songs, arguments, cities, histories, the whole enormous structure of what we call civilization. All of it beginning in a single ember, passed from a titan's hand into a human one, by a being who had decided that fear was not sufficient justification for leaving people to freeze in the dark. The Greeks understood this story, I think, as being simultaneously about generosity and about hubris and about the specific cost of seeing clearly. Because Prometheus knew. He knew what Zeus would do when he found out. He knew what was waiting for him on the other side of this act. He did it with his eyes open, which is the thing that makes him a genuinely strange figure in a mythology full of beings who mostly acted on impulse or appetite or wounded pride. He had thought it through. He walked back down the mountain. He knelt in the dirt. He gave them fire. Zeus found out quickly. His anger was proportionate to what he was, Lord of the sky, holder of the thunderbolt, king of everything that had just been explicitly defied, and it organized itself as his anger tended to, into a plan rather than just a noise. He commissioned a woman. The gods made her together, each contributing something specific. Hephaestus formed her body from clay and shaped into it the beauty that had not been distributed to ordinary human beings. Aphrodite gave her the quality of appeal that makes a person impossible to look away from. Athena dressed her in silver and taught her weaving, the craft of making, and Hermes, at Zeus's direct instruction, and this is the part worth holding, gave her curiosity, the active, specific, unable to leave things alone kind, the kind that reaches towards sealed containers. Her name was Pandora, all gifted, and she came with a jar. Inside the jar sat everything that had not yet entered the human world, disease in its hundreds of forms, toil, the specific bone-deep exhaustion of working every day for what the golden race had simply found already waiting for them, grief, which I want to distinguish from sorrow here, because sorrow passes and grief becomes structural, becomes part of the load-bearing architecture of a self. Envy, which transforms the happiness of others into a wound in you. Old age, death. Prometheus received her. Prometheus had told him plainly, accept nothing from Zeus. But Prometheus, afterthought, always afterthought, looked at Pandora, and the instruction dissolved from him the way instructions dissolve from people who have decided they want something more than they want to be careful. He took her in. He was glad of her. He did not ask about the jar. Pandora opened it. She was built to. The curiosity Hermes had given her was not a personality trait. It was a mechanism installed with precision by a god who understood exactly what it would produce and when. The things inside came out the way smoke comes out of a fire that has been sealed and suddenly given air, fast, shapeless, filling everything available. Fever arrived, age arrived, war, grief. The long, grinding weight of ordinary human difficulty arrived and spread into the world and discovered that the world had no existing immune response to them because they had never been there before. Every generation since has had to learn from the beginning how to carry what came out of that jar. One thing remained when Pandora finally, when she thought to close it, finally, Elpis, hope, sealed inside still, small and warm and persistent, the one thing in the jar that functions as it's described. I've thought about why hope is in there at all in a container full of punishments, and I don't have a clean answer, and I've decided to leave that unresolved because I think the Greeks left it unresolved deliberately. Maybe hope is a comfort. Maybe it's the cruelest thing in the jar, the thing that keeps you going through all the others. I don't know. I've written it and moved on. Let me collect the thread here, because we're approaching the part of this story that I find hardest to describe without the description feeling inadequate to what it's describing. Prometheus's punishment. Zeus had him bound to a cliff at the edge of the world. The chains were adamantine, a metal whose defining quality is that nothing in the universe can break it, which is the kind of specification that suggests the punishment was designed to last longer than the concept of lasting. Every morning, a great eagle descended from the sky and opened Prometheus's abdomen and ate his liver. Every night, because Prometheus was immortal, the liver grew back. Every morning, the eagle returned, day after day, without interruption, without end. He did not say he was wrong. He hung there, watching the fires he had stolen burning in the darkness below, the small lights of human settlements spreading slowly across the face of a world that was learning, painfully and permanently, what it meant to have what he had given them. He endured the eagle. He held something else, too, a secret, the name of a woman whose child would surpass Zeus himself. Only Prometheus knew it. Zeus could not kill him without losing that knowledge forever, which meant the punishment had to be endless rather than final. An immortal carrying information a tyrant needs is in an interesting position. The Greeks, I think, understood this. So did Prometheus. So the eagle came every morning, and the liver grew every night, and the fires burned on. Anyway, humanity, carrying its new miseries and its one remaining sealed hope, went about the business of building the world out of what it had been given, which is, when you think about it, the only thing it has ever done. From the age of fire and the first arrival of suffering, humanity moved through time in great slow tides, each one distinct from the last, each one further from whatever ease had existed at the beginning. The man who catalogued these ages was Hesiod, a farmer and poet from Boeotia who had known hunger, hard labor, and the specific and familiar resentment of watching richer men be wrong without consequence. He looked back across the long arc of human existence, and he saw several peoples, each born into a different world and changed by it. First, the golden race. They lived in the time of Cronus, before the war, before Prometheus, before the jar. Everything about their existence was warm and without grinding difficulty, grain and fruit growing without cultivation, the seasons generous rather than adversarial, age arriving gently if it arrived at all. Disease had not found them yet. When they died, and eventually they did, because nothing in this mythology is permanent, they died the way sleep deepens, without announcement, without the body turning against itself first, and their spirits did not dissolve. They became watchers, unseen presences, moving among the living, keeping a quiet eye on justice in the world. It is, I think, the most wistful image in Hesiod, the dead of the Golden Age, still watching, still caring how things go. Present at the edges of every moment that contains someone trying to do right by another person. I've written that, and I'm not sure it's entirely mine. That observation, it might be something I half remembered and dressed up, but I'm leaving it. The silver race came next, and something in the world's quality shifted downward. They were still long-lived, still, in their way, remarkable. But the shape of those long lives had changed in a specific and telling direction. They spent the first 100 years as children, a century of pampered, directionless childhood, and then a cramped adulthood already somehow used up before it properly started. Proud, violent in ways the golden race had not been. They refused the gods. They took what they wanted and returned nothing, and felt the entitlement of creatures who have been given everything for so long they have stopped understanding the word given. Zeus struck them down, the stories say, and his grief in doing it is mentioned briefly, and then the subject is moved on from, which is its own kind of statement. Their spirits went to the underworld with nothing to recommend them. They are remembered now only as a category, the bronze race, made from ash trees, which are also the trees that spears are made from. And this is not a coincidence that Hesiod lets pass without comment. They were built for war. Their bodies were hard, their houses bronze, their tools bronze, and their interior lives, if interior lives is even the right phrase for what they had, cast from the same unyielding material. They fought each other. They fought everything available to them. They built nothing worth keeping and wrote nothing down and left no record of themselves except the shape of their mass graves. They destroyed themselves with their own appetites, which is perhaps the most human thing about them, and sank into Hades without a name. Then something unexpected, the heroic age, arrived, and the descent interrupted itself. An age of demigods, the sons and daughters of gods who had visited the mortal world and left something of themselves behind in the ordinary way that gods visited the mortal world, which is to say, with a great deal of transformation and very little warning. These were people who carried divine blood and mortal ambition simultaneously, and the combination produced something the world had not yet seen: power with purpose. Strength paired with the specifically human capacity to choose what you do with it. I need to pause here because I want to get this right. The heroic age is the part of Hesiod's sequence that doesn't fit the arc he's building, and I think he knew that. The ages are supposed to decline, gold to silver to bronze to iron, a clean downward slope. And then, suddenly, there's this interruption, this generation of extraordinary people who build things and kill monsters and sail to the edges of the known world and come back with stories, who go to Troy and die at Troy and are mourned at Troy in language that lasts 3,000 years. Hesiod inserts them into his descending sequence, like a man who looked at his own thesis and said, "But this is also true," and left it there. The heroic age ends at Troy, or more precisely in the long and brutal homecomings, the empty thrones, the wives with complicated feelings about what waiting too long does to a person, the last ships returning from those burning walls, carrying men who were no longer entirely the men who had left. Anyway, then the Iron Age, Hesiod's age, our age, work, relentless, daily, unglamorous work, waking before light and laboring until the light fails, and repeating this the next day and the day after. Not because there is beauty in it, sometimes there is, but that is not why, but because it is what the Iron Age requires of you, or you do not eat. The earth in the Iron Age does not offer its abundance freely. It must be convinced. The rains come wrong. The crops fail some years, and the children go hungry some years, and the walls you build are never quite high enough for the thing that eventually comes over them. Justice is labor too in the Iron Age. It must be argued for and named and defended. Oaths are broken while the witnesses are still in the room. The old bonds, guest to host, sworn brother to sworn brother, parent to child, fray with a regularity that the golden race would have found incomprehensible, because the golden race had never learned to fray. Hesiod says it ends badly, that the spirits of reverence and righteous anger will eventually wrap themselves in white and rise from the earth to Olympus for the last time, leaving humanity entirely to itself, and after that, only ruin. He says this with the tone of a man who has watched enough of his neighbors break their oaths that he has stopped being surprised by it, but has not quite stopped being angry. But that ending has not come yet. What remains in the Iron Age, in this age, is the thing the jar kept. Elpis, hope, small, warm, persistent, sealed inside while everything else escaped. irrational hope in the strict sense, hope that continues despite the mounting evidence that it should know better, like a plant that grows up through pavement, which is, I realize, a comparison that only almost works. But the pavement is real, and the plant is real, and perhaps that's enough. In the Iron Age, people still build walls and plant seeds and sit down to write their stories, which is, perhaps, all that needed to be said. Then there were the heroes themselves. The named ones, the ones whose stories filled the theaters and the temples and the long evenings when someone had earned the right to tell a good story. The ones who walked the edge between divine and mortal, carrying enough of each to be uncomfortable in either world, which is a specific and recognizable kind of loneliness, and which I'm not going to dwell on. The first, and in many ways the one who establishes the shape all the others follow, was Perseus. His story didn't start in a fight, not in any open, legible confrontation between armed men who had chosen to be there. It started in a room underground, no windows, sealed, the kind of place that is built to solve a problem and ends up becoming one. His mother, Danae, was a princess of Argos. Her father was Acrisius, and Acrisius had gone to Delphi and received exactly the kind of oracle that kings receive and then spend the remainder of their reigns trying to architect around. The message was simple. Your daughter will have a son, and that son will kill you. Acrisius, not a man of lateral thinking, concluded that the solution was to ensure Danae never encountered a man at all. He built a bronze chamber beneath the palace. No entrance, no exit. She lived there with a handful of attendants and the knowledge that she was being kept safe from something, which is its own particular weight to carry. The chamber had no ceiling. Zeus noticed her. I don't know how to make that sentence feel adequate to what it means, and I'm not sure it can be made adequate, so I'll leave it there. He came to her as a shower of golden light, which is, practically speaking, a workable solution to the problem of a room with no doors. And Perseus was the result. Acrisius found out. He was now standing in the position every man in mythology eventually reaches, wanting to do something he knows will bring consequences he cannot survive. He couldn't kill his daughter, couldn't kill the infant. Zeus would notice that too, and the response would be swift and final. So instead, he put them both in a wooden chest and committed them to the sea, which is the move of a man who has decided that distance is the same as innocence. The sea declined to cooperate. The chest stayed afloat. It drifted for a long time on currents with their own agenda, and eventually grounded itself on the shore of Seriphos, where a fisherman named Dictys found it. He opened it, found a woman and a child, took them home, fed them. Dictys was not a king, not a hero, not a demigod, not anyone the stories usually make room for. He was a fisherman who, when he found people in a box on the beach, did not walk past them. That detail has always seemed to me more quietly remarkable than the gods and their interventions, though I admit I'm not sure it changes anything about the shape of the story. Perseus grew up there, learned what fishermen's sons learn: weather, water, how to go without. But he was also the son of Zeus, and that parentage has a way of surfacing eventually in how a person moves, in the specific quality of trouble that begins to attach itself to their life. The king of Seriphos was a man named Polydectes, and Polydectes wanted Danae. Perseus was in the way of that wanting. So Polydectes arranged a banquet and asked every man present to contribute a horse. Perseus had no horse. He said, in the way young men say things before they have thought past the saying of them, that he would bring whatever the king asked for instead. Polydectes asked for the head of Medusa, a death sentence, phrased as a favor. Medusa was one of 3 Gorgon sisters, ancient things, daughters of sea deities older than most of the gods people actually pray to. Looking at her directly with your actual eyes turned you to stone on the spot. Her sisters were immortal and therefore impossible to kill in any meaningful sense. Medusa alone could die, which made her the target and made targeting her only marginally less insane. Snakes for hair. The cliff approaches to her lair studded with the petrified shapes of previous attempts. But Perseus had divine attention working in his favor. Athena gave him her shield. It was polished to the kind of reflective clarity that lets you see everything around you without looking at any of it directly. Behind you, beside you, approaching from angles you hadn't thought to worry about. Hermes gave him a curved blade, winged sandals, and he pointed Perseus toward the grey. 3 sisters who were ancient, even by the standards of ancient things, grey-haired since birth, sharing one eye between them, passing it hand to hand as needed. They knew where to find the nymphs who held the equipment Perseus still lacked. He waited until the eye was mid-transfer and took it, held it until they gave him what he needed. The nymphs provided 3 things: the kibises, a bag built specifically to carry what cannot be touched; the helm of Hades, which made the wearer invisible; and the sandals, which Hermes had also mentioned. Perseus took all of it to the edge of the world, where the light gave out and the Gorgons slept surrounded by the stone remains of everyone who had come before him. He walked towards her backwards. This is the detail that every version keeps, facing away, using the shield as a mirror, navigating entirely by reflection, committing to the approach without once looking at the thing he was approaching. Awkward, careful, completely committed to a method that should not have worked as well as it did. He swung the blade. 1 stroke, and it was done. He married, had children, loved them the way people do when they can't imagine losing something, and so they just don't. And then Hera came back. She put a madness into him, so total, so completely convincing, that he looked at the people he had built a life around and saw enemies, and he killed them with those same hands, the hands from the snakes, the hands that would eventually do 12, 14 actually, but we'll get to that. Impossible things. When it lifted, he was standing in his own house and everything was gone. I don't know how to describe what that kind of grief actually does to a person. I've read the versions, and they all skip past it quickly, like they're embarrassed by how much space it would take to say it right. He went to Delphi. He went because where else do you go when your own mind has been used against you and you come out the other side still holding the weapons? The oracle told him, Tyrins, King Eurystheus, 12 labors, and at the end of them, the possibility of something. Not victory, redemption. The oracle was specific about this. He wasn't being sent to win something. He was being given a scale large enough to put against what had happened, and the labors were the weights on one side. Penance is the right word, and it matters that it's the right word, because he hadn't chosen the catastrophe. That matters. He was paying a debt for something that had been done through him. That's a different kind of reckoning than punishment. The first labor, the Nemean lion. Its skin turned every blade that touched it, which was the entire problem, and everyone who had approached it with conventional weapons had confirmed this in the worst way. Heracles cornered it in its cave, blocked the second exit, went in through the first, and killed it with his hands, which is either the solution the lion didn't anticipate or the only solution that was ever available, and I genuinely can't tell which. He used the lion's own claw to open the hide, wore it afterward as a kind of armor that was also a record of the first thing he'd done. He walked back into Tiryns wearing a dead lion. Eurystheus, who had apparently assumed failure, climbed into a bronze storage jar and did not come back out. He would issue every subsequent instruction through a herald. Just couldn't do it. Some people are like this, small men placed by fate in positions that require largeness, and they spend their lives developing systems for appearing without appearing. I keep thinking about him in the jar. It's not a flattering portrait, but it stays with me for some reason I can't entirely account for. Anyway, the Hydra. This one here's where it gets interesting to me. Not the danger of it, exactly, though yes, it lived in a swamp and its breath was toxic, and so was its blood, but the specific nature of its problem. You cut one head off, two grow back. This is the thing. The labor wasn't just about fighting. It was about identifying that you're being punished for fighting in the first place and finding a different category of solution. He brought his nephew, Iolaus. They worked it out together, cut the head, and before regeneration starts, cauterize the stump. Close the wound with fire. If you don't let it heal wrong, it doesn't. They went through head after head this way. Two people solving a mathematical problem in a swamp with fire and blades until they reached the immortal head, which is in a different category of problem entirely. That one he buried under a rock, under a very large rock. I want to say the largest rock anyone had ever moved for the specific purpose of containment, but I don't know how you'd verify that. The Hydra's blood he kept, dipped his arrows in it. Anything those arrows touched afterward didn't recover. Eurystheus later disqualified this one. He said Heracles had assistance, and therefore it didn't count. He would also disqualify the fifth labor later. These two disqualifications are why you sometimes hear 14 labors, though the accounting, it shifts depending on which version is being told and how forgiving the teller is toward the king in the jar. Let me collect the thread here. 3, 4, the hind and the boar. The hind was Artemis's, which meant it was sacred, which meant capturing it was mandatory and injuring it was absolutely out of the question. And these two requirements seem like they should cancel each other out and do not. He chased it for a year, every terrain the world had, eventually caught up with it at a river and held it carefully until he could bring it back. He let it go again afterward. This labor required patience, which is maybe the thing least associated with him, and the thing this labor most clearly required. The boar. He drove it into deep snow. The snow slowed it. The snow gave him the advantage its size had always denied him. He wrestled it and carried it back on his shoulders, alive. And when he arrived, Eurystheus went back into the jar. The fifth labor was the stables. Algius had cattle in numbers. I won't try to render specifically, and the stables had not been cleaned in a very long time. The waste had filled entire valleys. This is stated plainly in every account, and I have never entirely decided whether to take it literally or whether it's the kind of number that means too much for counting. Heracles diverted 2 rivers. In one day, the water moved through and the water cleaned it. Eurystheus said the rivers did the work. He didn't count it. The 6th labor, Stymphalian birds, bronze beaks, bronze feathers, a swarm, a population of them that had been expanding. Athena gave him a rattle, a great bronze thing, and he used it to drive them from the reeds and into the air, then shot them down. Compared to the Hydra, this was, relatively, almost procedural. The rattle worked, the arrows worked. He went back to Tyrants. There's something in the accumulation of these early ones, the sense that each labor is Eurystheus finding a new way to say, this one will be the one. And each time Heracles comes back, and sometimes Eurystheus gets in the jar, and the herald delivers the next instruction. A small frightened man sending someone capable of impossible things into impossible situations, and watching it not work and sending him somewhere else. Fate dressed as bureaucracy. I'm not sure that's the right metaphor. It's close. The 3rd labor. I mentioned patience, but there's something I keep coming back to. The hind. A year of pursuit. This is a man who is doing these labors as penance for killing his family. And one of them just requires that he keep going for a year without resolution. I don't know what to do with that. I kept it because it felt important. The 9th labor, I'll admit, I'm not going to linger on here. Belt of Hippolyta. A fight that didn't need to happen. Hera intervened and made it worse. Heracles killed people who had been friendly to him under a misapprehension that had been deliberately planted. Another catastrophe produced through him by the machinery of something older and less forgiving than he was. He took the belt and left, and I think the version of him that left was somewhat different from the one that arrived. This is the pattern underneath the labors, if you look at it from a certain angle. Not the accumulated heroism, though that's there, the lion pelt, the hydra arrows, the boar on the shoulders, but the accumulated cost. How many things he had to do that were not clean? How many of the 12 left a residue? The 10th, the cattle of Geryon. The 11th, the apples of the Hesperides. The 12th, Cerberus. The cattle required a journey so long and complex that the geography of it fills half the accounts. Geryon had 3 bodies joined at the waist, which is described matter-of-factly in every source, the way ancient writers describe things they can't explain by just moving past the description quickly and continuing. Heracles killed him, took the cattle. The journey home took longer than the fight. The apples of the Hesperides required him to find a garden at the edge of everything, guarded by a serpent that didn't sleep. And he got Atlas to get them. He took the weight of the sky so that Atlas could go get the apples. And when Atlas came back with them and suggested maybe Heracles should keep holding the sky for a while, Heracles said yes, just for a moment. But would you hold it briefly so I can adjust my cloak? And when Atlas took it back, Heracles picked up the apples and left. I find this genuinely delightful. There's a whole labor built around the image of this enormous man holding up the sky and using the time to work out a trick. Then Cerberus, the last one. He descended into the underworld. He asked Hades directly, face to face, not fought, asked, for permission to bring Cerberus up. Hades said yes, under the condition that no weapons were used. Heracles subdued him with his hands, brought him to the surface, showed him to Eurystheus. Eurystheus got in the jar. Heracles brought Cerberus back down. The labor was complete. All of them were complete. Even the two that had been struck from the record, which had required 2 others to replace them, so 14 total, folded back into 12 by the stories, because the stories want the symmetry. He had built something enormous enough to weigh against something terrible. Whether it balanced, whether that's even a question you can answer, or a weight you can actually measure, I don't know. The oracle said redemption, and he did it, and it was finished. He walked out of the 12 labors wearing a lion's skin, with poisoned arrows at his side, having held up the sky and outwitted a titan and walked through death and come back. He came back. There are more stories after this. He always came back. The 7th labor, the Cretan bull. Poseidon had sent it to Crete as a gift or a test, and either way it had gone wrong in the specific way divine gifts tend to, comprehensively, and with damage radiating outward into stories that aren't even this story. You know the myths it touched. The bull was enormous and maddened and had been destroying things for long enough that the destruction had become part of the landscape. Heracles caught it, rode it back across the sea. It was released afterward and became Attica's problem. That's the entire entry for this one in several accounts, and I've always found something almost funny in it. This creature at the center of so much mythology, and its last appearance in the Heracles story is just someone else's problem now. The 8th labor, the mares of Diomedes. Diomedes was a Thracian king who fed his horses human flesh. This is stated plainly, and I'll state it plainly too. The horses had developed over time a disposition that matched the diet. There's something in this. The thing about becoming what you're fed, or what you practice feeding, the way a habit reshapes whatever holds it. I'm not sure this is the lesson the myth intended. I kept it because I can't let it go. Heracles killed Diomedes, fed him to the horses, after which they calmed down, were led back without incident. The 9th labor is the one I find hardest to sit with, and I want to be careful here because the difficulty is the point. Hippolyta was queen of the Amazons, and she agreed to give Heracles the girdle without conflict, freely. It would have been the simplest of all of them. A transaction between 2 people who had no quarrel. Hera intervened, spread something through the Amazon camp, a rumor, a whisper, the kind of lie that doesn't need to be believed entirely to do its work. Just, he's come to take your queen. And the warriors who loved their queen did what people do when they believe the people they love are being taken from them. A battle. Hippolyta died in it. Heracles took the girdle from the wreckage of something that should have been simple and left. I don't know what to do with this labor. It keeps returning the same way the Hippolyta problem itself kept returning. A cost that wasn't necessary, extracted anyway by something older and less interested in fairness than anyone involved. He didn't choose the battle. He came out of it with the girdle and a labor completed and something he hadn't arrived with. So there, the 10th, Geryon. This one I can tell you the facts of, and they are genuinely strange. 3 bodies joined at the hip, 3 sets of arms, 3 heads, a herd of red cattle on an island at the far edge of the world. Heracles sailed there, killed the herdsman, killed the dog, and then killed Geryon with a single arrow that went through all 3 bodies at once, which required the kind of angle I find myself trying to visualize and failing. He drove the cattle back across the entire known world. Months. Across terrain that kept producing new obstacles the way terrain does when the story needs it to. On the way out, he placed the pillars at Gibraltar, 2 rocks at the mouth of the sea, and they stood as a marker for everything beyond them. Here, the known world stops. Past this, different rules. I need to pause here. The labors have their own gravity, and I keep getting pulled into the orbit of each one instead of carrying the through line. The through line is still penance, still the scale. Each of these, the bull, the mares, the girdle, the cattle, wait on one side of something. The reckoning hasn't changed. I just want to make sure I carry that forward into what comes next, which is where it gets strange again in a different way. The 11th labor was the golden apples. There's a garden at the edge of everything. You have to keep going west, past the point where most people stop. And in it, a tree with apples that Hera had received as a wedding gift from Gaia, and guarding the tree, a dragon who did not sleep. The Hesperides watched over it too, daughters of Atlas, daughters of the evening, and their names in some versions mean things like the radiance and the clear shining and the sunset, which is either beautiful or the kind of naming that tells you their father had a lot of time to think while holding up the sky, which is how Heracles found him, Atlas, still holding it. He offered to take the weight for a time if Atlas would go to his daughters and bring back the apples himself. Atlas agreed, and I think about this moment, the handing off, the brief exchange of something unimaginable between 2 figures large enough to manage it, like a transaction you can describe but can't quite feel the scale of. Atlas came back with the apples. Said he'd deliver them himself, actually. Heracles could keep the sky. Heracles said, "Yes, of course, just hold it a moment while I pad my shoulders." Atlas took it back. Heracles picked up the apples and walked away. I've said before that this delights me, and it still does. There's a whole labor inside the image of this man, this figure of relentless forward force, standing under the sky and working out a trick, using stillness and patience, the same resources the hind labor needed, except here in service of a very small deception. He didn't overpower the situation. He thought about it and found the seam. Anyway, Cerberus, the last one. I wrote about this before, and what I said was, he went down, he asked, Hades said yes with the cold courtesy of someone who knows everything arrives eventually. He wrestled the dog up, showed Eurystheus, returned him. Eurystheus got in the jar. The 12 labors were done. And then, he didn't stop. This is what the stories make clear, and what I think is easy to lose under the weight of the 12. He just continued. Wars, wives, children, cities that his children would found, generations of consequence spreading out from him the way consequence does when someone has been alive at that volume for that long. Hera kept watching. Of course she did. His death came from a shirt. It keeps sounding wrong when I describe it, and I think it's supposed to. After everything. After the lion and the hydra, and the mares, and Geryon, and the dog at the boundary of death, the thing that ended him was a garment. A centaur named Nessus had tried to take his wife Deianira, and Heracles had killed him with one of the Hydra poison arrows. Nessus, dying, told Deianira, "My blood on a cloth will work as a love charm. It will keep him." She believed him, or was frightened enough that she needed to believe something. And eventually, when she feared she was losing him, she used it. The blood of a creature killed by Hydra poison. It was still poisonous. When he put on the shirt, the pain was... There's no register for it in the accounts that doesn't feel inadequate. You put Hydra venom on someone who's been carrying Hydra venom in his arrows for decades and apparently never thought to wonder what it would do to him. And the answer was that. A pain that didn't stop. A pain that consumed. He built the pyre himself, Mount Oeta. He lay down on it, and no one would light it, not for a long time, because lighting it was the same as agreeing that this was how it ended. And the people around him, you can feel them in the negative space of that moment. The people who couldn't do it. A shepherd named Philoctetes lit it and received the great bow for that. The poisoned arrows, the bow that had done 12 labors worth of work, given to a shepherd on a mountain for the act of lighting the fire. I don't know if that's mercy or payment or both. I kept it because I couldn't leave it out. Fire, then something else. The smoke rose, and the part of him that was mortal burned with the wood and the cloth. The part that wasn't rose, was received, became something the Greeks called a god, and we might hesitate to name and shouldn't quite press too hard on. He was placed among the stars. He was reconciled, finally, even with Hera, and given her daughter Hebe as his wife, and the war that had shaped every catastrophe of his life, the divine malice that had taken his family and bent his labors and killed Hippolyta for no reason, that ended. The reconciliation gets a few lines. The suffering got a life. That's the shape of it. That's what the scale looks like when you step back far enough to see it whole. The enormous weight of what was done through him, and to him, and by him. And then this, received, transformed. The pyre as the last labor, the one nobody counted. He came back from that too, just not the same way. Zeus took the immortal part of him up. That's how it's told. The mortal burned on the mountain, and the rest, rose, was received into Olympus, was given Hebe, goddess of youth, as wife, was reconciled with Hera, which the stories describe in a few lines, a sentence or two, as if it were the natural conclusion of a long argument, and everyone involved simply agreed to stop. The enemy from before his birth, the thing that had shaped every catastrophe, just done now. I've been sitting with that for a while. The reconciliation gets a clause. The suffering got decades. I'm not sure the stories know what to do with that ratio, so they move past it quickly into the brighter fact. He was received. He became the only one to do this, which matters, which the Greeks themselves considered remarkable, the only mortal in the entire structure of their cosmos to earn, through the accumulation of labor and loss, and the kind of effort that doesn't stop even when it has every reason to, a full place among the Olympians. He was worshipped, shrines across the Greek world and past it, because every culture the Greeks encountered was willing to recognize something in him and claim a version of it as their own. I find this harder to describe than most things. The way a figure can become universal without becoming vague. He was claimed everywhere because what he represented traveled. the hero who carried catastrophic failure inside him and did the most enormous things anyway. The hero who was wrong, sometimes, badly, and continued. The measure by which subsequent generations calibrated what heroism even meant. That's where that story ends. Here is where a different one begins. If Heracles was the hero of strength, and this is the distinction the Greeks made, the Athenians specifically, then Theseus was the hero of the city. They looked at Heracles and saw a figure so large he belonged to everyone, every region, every culture prepared to point at something powerful and say, yes, that's ours. Universal, which is another way of saying owned by no one in particular. They looked at Theseus and saw something that was theirs. Athens. The idea of a place that governed itself by law and not by whoever had the largest hands. Theseus built things. He stayed. He turned the winning into structure. He was born of two fathers, the way significant people in Greek myths so often were. One mortal and one divine, which is the tradition's way of saying. This one had unusual raw materials to work with. Aegeus, king of Athens, was the mortal father. Poseidon was the other. His mother Aethra lay with both on the same night, and the stories vary in how much detail they offer about this, and the detail doesn't change the outcome. A boy who inherited from both lineages without quite resembling either. Aegeus left before the boy was born. He lifted a rock at the roadside, placed a sword and sandals underneath it, and told Aethra, when he's strong enough to move this, send him to me with what's beneath it. The test sounds physical. It's more than physical. The strength it's measuring is the kind that knows when it's ready, which is a different muscle entirely and harder to develop. Let me collect the thread. I want to be sure the shape of this is clear before Theseus starts moving. Because the movement is the whole thing with him, and it's easy to get swept along. What we have is a boy in Trojan, raised by his mother, knowing his father's name and his father's kingdom, and the object test that stands between him and both. Knowing he can do it when the time is right, waiting for the time to be right. At 16, he moved the stone. He could have gone to Athens by sea. Quick, safe, the route a young man in a hurry takes when the destination is the point. He chose the road instead, the land route that had a specific reputation in those years for being somewhere travelers went and didn't arrive from. This was a calculation. He had looked at what a king needed to be and decided that arriving at the throne without having earned the ground underneath it would hollow the throne out from the start. The road had 6 of them, 6 men who preyed on travelers in specific ways, each method its own kind of terrible. Periphetes beat people to death with a bronze club. Cines bent pine trees to the ground, tied people to the tops, and released them. Sirens sat at a cliff edge and made travelers wash his feet and kicked them off into the sea, where a giant turtle had been waiting for years at the base. Kerkion wrestled people to death, and Procrustes had a bed, and he made his guests fit it, and the fitting involved either stretching or cutting, depending on the direction of the discrepancy. Theseus dealt with each of them. The accounts say he used their own methods, which I find there's something in this I keep returning to, the mirror logic of it. Each punishment a reversal, a folding back. Whether that's justice or something with a sharper edge, I'm genuinely not sure. He arrives at each, and what comes out the other side is one fewer man, and a road that travelers could use. So there, he arrived in Athens. His father didn't know him. Aegeus had a new situation at the palace by then. Medea was there, the woman who had burned her way out of Corinth after what happened with Jason, who had somehow established herself in the palace and in Aegeus's confidence. She recognized Theseus the moment she saw him, recognized what he meant for her position. She persuaded Aegeus to poison the stranger. Theseus sat at the banquet table. The cup was in front of him. He drew the sword to cut his meat. Aegeus saw the sword, recognized it, recognized the sandals. He swept the cup off the table an instant before. The accounts are very precise about the instant, the nearness of it. An instant before it reached Theseus's lips, the reunion, the joy of it. Anyway, the joy lasted a short time before the tribute came up. Athens had lost a war to Minos of Crete, and the terms of the peace are the kind of thing you read and have to sit with for a moment because they're so specifically designed to be felt as an ongoing wound and not just a penalty. Every 9 years, 7 young men, 7 young women sent to Crete, placed in the labyrinth, fed to what lived at the center of it. Ariadne was the daughter of Minos, which made her the half-sister of the thing in the labyrinth, and she was there when the Athenian tribute arrived, and she saw Theseus, and the particular machinery that myths call love or divine intervention or fate started turning. She came to him privately. She gave him 2 things: a ball of thread to tie at the entrance before going in, and knowledge, partial knowledge, enough of the maze itself. That night, he went in. I want to stay with the thread for a moment because I think it's the most interesting object in this whole story, and it gets less attention than the monster. Daedalus had built the labyrinth to be genuinely unsolvable, which is a specific thing, different from merely difficult. It was designed to disorient, to work on your sense of where you'd come from, to exhaust the part of your mind that tracks direction and sequence until that part simply stopped working and you were standing in the dark with no past and no path, and whatever was in the center with you. The thread is the answer to that, a physical argument against the maze's whole premise. You can disorient a mind, you can't disorient a string. He found the Minotaur in the deepest chamber. They fought. No audience, no ceremony. The Minotaur was enormous, and the fight was hard, and Theseus killed him. And then he followed the thread back out, hand over hand, through the architecture of deliberate confusion, back to the entrance, back to the night air of Crete. He gathered the other Athenians. He sailed with Ariadne. The voyage stopped at Naxos, and here the story requires something the tellers have never fully agreed on, which is, why did he leave her? She was asleep on the shore. He sailed away. Some versions say a god instructed it, that Dionysus had already claimed her and Theseus was told to go. Some say he couldn't work out what it would mean to arrive in Athens with a Cretan princess and chose the easier option. Some say this one is harder to sit with, that he simply did it, made the choice, weighed things on a scale that didn't include her feelings about being weighed, and left. She woke up alone. The ship was already gone. Dionysus found her, married her. Some of the accounts treat this as the better outcome, the thing that was meant to happen. The god on the shore as consolation, and then something more than consolation. I notice I don't entirely know what to do with that framing. I notice it, I'm putting it down and I'm moving on. Let me collect the thread. The return. Theseus sailing home. His father on a cliff above the harbor, watching the horizon, because this is what Aegeus had been doing, watching the horizon for the ship, ever since the tribute sailed. They had agreed. White sails if he lived, black sails if he hadn't. Theseus forgot to change them. In his grief or distraction, or the particular preoccupation of someone who's done something they know was wrong and hasn't faced it yet, the accounts won't specify, which is its own kind of specificity. He came home under black sails. Aegeus saw black on the horizon. He jumped. The sea has carried his name since then, the Aegean. A king's name spread across the water because his son forgot. That's the thing the myth leaves you holding, the forgetting. The labyrinth solved, the monster dead. The tribute freed, the sail unchanged. One undone thing that undid everything else. Theseus came ashore a king, became king with that as his coronation. What he did with it, the kingship, is what the Athenians kept. He unified Attica, the villages and small territories around Athens, each with its own local identity and its own reasons to resist absorption. And he did it through persuasion rather than force, which is harder and slower and requires a different kind of strength than anything the road to Athens had demanded of him. He established shared institutions, created the Panathenaia, the great festival, built the constitutional frameworks that Athens would carry forward for centuries, the legal architecture of a city that governed itself by law rather than by whoever had the sharpest weapon. The Athenians looked back at Theseus and saw the man who had made them possible as a city. He also kept going on adventures, which is the other thing heroes do when they become kings, and find that governance is relentless and horizontal and nothing like the vertical clarity of a labyrinth. He fought beside Heracles against the Amazons, survived that barely. Then he went into the underworld with his friend Pirithous, who had, I'm going to be direct about this, a terrible idea. Pirithous wanted to carry off Persephone as a bride. Hades was present for this proposal. Hades was, as you'd imagine, unreceptive. Pirithous was swallowed into the earth. Theseus was placed in the chair of forgetfulness, which is described simply enough in every account, but which I find genuinely difficult to think about clearly. A chair that removes, over time, your memory of yourself, your sense of who you are and how you arrived. A chair in the underworld that does to a person what the labyrinth was designed to do to a mind. He sat there. He forgot. Heracles came down for the 12th labor and freed him, pulled him out. Theseus came back up, changed. The accounts don't dwell on what was lost and never recovered. Anyway, his end. Athens eventually grew tired of him, the way cities can tire of their founders, when the founding energy that made them necessary becomes, in peace and in ordinary time, just a particular man with strong opinions about how things should be done. A man whose legend is larger than his daily presence and whose presence is, after a certain point, inconvenient. He was pushed out. Exile. He went to Skyros, an island, where the king looked at him and saw a famous man and felt the specific anxiety that famous visitors produce in small rulers, and had him pushed from a cliff. He died alone, no one watching who was on his side. His bones were brought back later. An Athenian general, following an oracle, went to Skyros, retrieved them, carried them home. The city that had exiled him built him a shrine in the center of itself, claimed him back in death with the honor it had withheld from him in life. Cities do this. I don't know what to call it exactly. Gratitude with the timing broken, love arriving after the person it was for has already gone, is both genuinely moving and so deeply insufficient that the two feelings sit in the same place and don't resolve. His bones came home. That part is done. Among all the expeditions the Age of Heroes produced, nothing looks quite like the Argonauts. The first great collective quest, a ship called the Argo, a goal called the Golden Fleece, and the arrangement, which someone thought was a good idea, of gathering an entire generation's worth of exceptional individuals onto a single vessel and pointing them at something impossible. Competing egos, overlapping destinies, the specific friction of people who are each accustomed to being the most remarkable person in any given situation and must now be, at best, among several. The hero at the center was Jason, and Jason's story is. The tragedians understood this better than anyone who came before them, Euripides especially, who took the story and turned it until it caught a different light entirely. Jason's story is primarily about what happens after the quest, after the fleece, after the accomplishment is complete, and the exceptional man returns home and tries to become, simply, a man. What happens to a hero when the heroic moment passes and life keeps going? That's where this part of the telling begins. Jason's father was the rightful king of Iolcus and had been displaced by his own brother. Peleus took the throne using the methods that uncles in myths use, which are effective and which no oracle ever ratified. Aeson, warned in time, sent the infant Jason away to be raised by Chiron on the slopes of Mount Pelion, in the forests where the old learning still moved, undisturbed by whatever was happening in the courts below. Chiron had trained Achilles, had trained Asclepius, had trained several others, whose names you'd recognize if I listed them. But the list isn't the point. The point is that this was the most serious education the mythological world offered, conducted in the company of forests and stars, and the accumulated wisdom of a being who had been watching human potential for longer than any human institution had existed. Jason grew up in that, grew up with it as is ordinary. He came down from the mountain as a young man. One sandal. He'd lost it carrying an old woman across the flooded river Anaurus. The old woman was Hera, testing for what exactly the accounts don't fully specify. Generosity, I think, or the willingness to be inconvenienced by someone who needed help without first calculating the cost. He passed. He lost a sandal in the current and didn't go back for it and kept going. And Hera noted the dead and kept it. Peleus saw him arrive in Iolcus and went pale. There had been an oracle. One sandal. He had been warned about one sandal, and here was one sandal walking into his city wearing a face that looked like the legitimate heir had grown up and come home. Peleus was a man who had built his entire position on the displacement of the rightful line, which meant he had been waiting for this specific person for Jason's entire life. He welcomed him warmly. He acknowledged the claim. He offered the deal. The Golden Fleece was in Colchis, at the far eastern shore of the Black Sea, nailed to an oak in a sacred grove, guarded by a dragon that never slept. No Greek had gone there and returned. Peleus offered Jason the throne in exchange for bringing it back, which he framed as generosity, and which was a death sentence delivered through the mechanism of the young man's own ambition. He expected Jason to say yes and die. It was elegant. As traps go, it relied entirely on the target's character doing the work. Jason said yes. He sent out the call, and what came in response was, I find this part genuinely hard to describe without it sounding like a catalogue, which is what it is in the sources, a list, name after name. And yet the list is supposed to carry the weight of, this was the greatest assembly of heroes the age had ever seen. Let me try. Heracles came. At the height of his powers, between labors, still wearing the lion pelt. Orpheus came, the musician, the man whose playing could move trees from their roots and rivers from their courses, whose voice would matter enormously later when the sirens appeared and the crew needed something in their ears that was stronger than that sound. The divine twins, Castor and Polydeuces. Peleus, who would father Achilles, which means Achilles was somewhere in the future of this voyage, a consequence not yet born. Atalanta, who had been raised by bears on a mountainside and trained as a huntress, and who was, by any honest accounting, faster than anyone else on the ship. Zets and Calais, the sons of the north wind, who had wings and used them. 50 in total, drawn from every part of the Greek world by the particular gravity of a quest that was genuinely meant to be impossible. I need to pause here, because the list matters, and I keep wanting to linger in it. The specific texture of this gathering. These 50 people, each carrying their own legend onto a single ship. It's the first time in the mythology that the heroes are the crew rather than the story. They're the instrument, not the subject. The subject is Jason, who organized them, who had the particular gift of making very large personalities willing to follow him. And that gift is, it's harder to render than strength or speed or divine ancestry. It's social, political almost. The ability to make 50 extraordinary people feel that the voyage is also theirs. Athena oversaw the building of the ship herself. In the prow, she placed timber from the oracle oak at Dodona, the sacred grove where Zeus spoke through the rustling of leaves. And this timber could speak, could warn, could guide when eyes weren't enough. The ship was called the Argo. The crew were the Argonauts, which just means the sailors of the Argo, though the name grew into something larger than its etymology. They sailed east. The voyage had stages. And I'm going to be honest that some of them I'm compressing because the Argonautica is very long and this telling has a shape to maintain. They stopped at Lemnos, an island ruled entirely by women, the men having been killed through a sequence of events that started with divine punishment and ended with domestic catastrophe. The Argonauts stayed. They left behind children they would never see. They moved on. They came to the Symplegades, the clashing rocks, two cliffs at the entrance to the Hellespont that slammed together on no predictable schedule, grinding anything caught between them. The blind prophet Phineus had told them what to do. Phineus, whom they had freed from the torment of the Harpies, who had been fouling his food every time he tried to eat, for years. As punishment for using his prophetic gift too freely, he told them, release a dove. Watch the dove. If it passes, follow immediately on full oars. The dove made it through with a tail feather taken. The Argo followed. Full oars. The rocks crashed shut behind them and took only the ornament at the very tip of the stern. So there, Anyway, Colchis, King Aetes, son of Helios, received them with the formal courtesy the age required for guests, which meant he could offer hospitality and still, within the rules, find a way to destroy them. He looked at Jason and made the same calculation Peleus had made. Here is an ambitious young man. An ambition is a lever, and a lever needs only the right weight. He offered tasks, 3 of them. Yoke the fire-breathing bulls, bronze-footed, iron-lunged, built from something closer to forge work than animal, and plough a field with them. Then sow the ploughed field with dragon's teeth. Then kill the warriors that would grow from the soil, because dragon's teeth, when sown, produce armed men from the earth, which is a thing the mythology states plainly, and I have never found a way to make sound less extraordinary by explaining it. These tasks were designed to be fatal. Every element of them was fatal. Aedes had done the math. He hadn't accounted for his daughter. Medea was a priestess of Hecate. She knew herb lore and the turning of spells and the arts that sat in the space between knowledge and something older and less nameable than knowledge. She had grown up in her craft, in its cold discipline, in the patience it required, in the solitude that serious magical practice seems to always require. She was, I keep wanting to describe her, and finding the description falls short of what the sources are trying to render, which is a person of enormous internal architecture, complex and capable and self-contained in a way that made her arrival at the next part of this story feel like watching a cliff face crack. She saw Jason. What happened inside her is described differently by every source that tries to describe it. Eros with an arrow, Aphrodite's interference, the gods arranging the fall. And I think the multiplicity of explanations is itself a kind of evidence that what happened was too large and too fast for the accounts to process cleanly. She was one thing. She looked at him. She began to become something else, something that would eventually cost her everything she had been before, in ways that the later tragedians would spend centuries returning to, pressing on, turning over in the dark to see what it was made of underneath. The tasks would have killed him. She decided they wouldn't. Hera had sent Eros. The arrow went in. And Medea, who had maintained the cold discipline of her craft for her entire adult life, who had built herself into someone whose interior was her own, felt all of that distance collapse at once. She went to Jason in secret. She gave him an ointment for the fire of the bulls. She told him, when the earthborn warriors rise from the soil, throw a stone among them, and they'll turn on each other. She took him to the grove, to the oak, to the dragon coiled at its base with eyes that had never closed, and she sang to it, slow and low and hypnotic, the eyes closed. Jason took the fleece. He held it and felt. This is described differently in every account, and I'm not sure any of them fully lands it. He felt the weight of the thing he had come for, and underneath the weight, something that wasn't quite triumph. The accounts move past this moment quickly. I noticed that. The fleece is described briefly as brilliant and golden and heavy, and then the narrative immediately pivots to flight because Aetes was coming. But I think about what it means to hold the object that was supposed to be the point and to feel it as a beginning rather than an end. They fled. Aeetes came after them with ships. Medea had brought her younger brother Absyrtus when she left. What happened next is the thing the accounts can't quite look at directly. She killed him, scattered his body in the sea behind the ship, so that Aeetes would have to stop and collect the pieces for burial, because the rites for the dead could not be, because that is what the rites required. And Aeetes was still, in some register, a father. It worked. The Argo reached open water. Aeetes fell behind. This is the first thing she does for him, the act that precedes everything else in her story, and that makes her in exile before she has arrived anywhere. She kills her brother, and the myth keeps going, and Jason keeps going, and the accounting for what this cost her comes later, slowly, in everything that follows. Let me collect the thread. The return voyage took them through Circe and through Scylla and Charybdis, and past the sirens, which would have been the end of them if Orpheus hadn't been aboard, hadn't played something louder and deeper than what the sirens offered, drowning one song with another, and eventually to the island of the Phaeacians, where Jason and Medea were formerly married, where the Colchian fleet that had been pursuing them arrived and demanded her return, and where the Phaeacians, moved by her appeal, refused. She was a wife, married under their roof. A wife went with her husband. They sailed on. They reached Iolcus. Peleus refused. He had sent Jason to die. Jason had returned. He had not adequately accounted for this, and he had not at all accounted for the woman Jason brought back with him. Medea had crossed the Black Sea and killed her brother and destroyed every connection she had ever had to her home and her family for this moment, the moment where Jason took what was owed, and Peleus simply said no. What Medea did was this. She went to Peleus's daughters and told them she could restore their father's youth. She demonstrated on a ram. She killed it, put it in a cauldron with certain herbs, and a lamb emerged. She was a priestess of Hecate. She knew what she was doing. The daughters loved their father, and they looked at the lamb, and they did what she told them. Peleus did not emerge from the cauldron. The people of Iolcus drove them out, both of them, Jason with his fleece and his claim and his return ship, Medea with her craft and her exile, and the growing weight of what she had done and for whom. They went to Corinth. They lived there for 10 years. They had children. Jason had the status of a respected guest, a famous man, comfortable, and then he decided to put her aside. The Corinthian king had a daughter, a Greek princess, legitimate, politically useful, the kind of wife who would give Jason a fully Greek lineage and a fully Greek throne, and the fully stable position he had been working toward since he came down from Chiron's mountain as a young man with one sandal. He would set Medea aside. He would do what made practical sense. I find myself having to slow down here because the accounts, even the ones that are clearly sympathetic to Medea, give you the shape of Jason's reasoning. It is not irrational reasoning, which is almost the worst thing about it. He had spent his life building toward legitimate rule. He had the opportunity. Medea was foreign, magical, monstrous in her past actions, an obstacle. The math worked. The math completely, clearly, in a way that requires you to treat Medea as a variable and not a person, worked. She had no homeland, no family, no path back. She sent the princess a gift, a robe. The robe was saturated with something that adhered and burned and could not be put out by any means available to a palace in Corinth, in any age. And the princess died in it, and the king who tried to help her also died, and those deaths are terrible, and the accounts give them their weight. what comes next is what the tragedians, Euripides specifically, who understood this story so deeply that his version of it has basically eaten all the versions before it. What comes next is what they kept returning to. Medea killed her children. She killed them herself. This is the thing that sits at the center of her myth, like the Minotaur sat at the center of the labyrinth. And the accounts have never stopped circling it, and the explanations are various and insufficient. The ones that make it divine compulsion let her off a hook I'm not sure the story wants her off. The ones that describe it as pure vengeance reduce it to something smaller than it is. Euripides goes somewhere harder. She knew what she was doing. She loved them. She did it anyway, in the logic of a person from whom everything has been taken and who takes back the one thing that cannot be untaken. I don't know what to do with that. I kept it because it's the truth of the myth, as best I can read it. Anyway, she left in a chariot drawn by dragons. Her grandfather was Helios. The chariot was his gift. She went up and away while Corinth burned below her, and Jason stood in the wreckage of everything he had valued more than her. His end. He went back to where the Argo was beached. The ship was old, dry-rotted. He sat near it, which the accounts say he did often, a man spending time beside the object that represented the peak of what he had been. A timber came loose from the stern and struck him in the head. He died there, in the shadow of the Argo, without ceremony. The tragedy that the Greeks understood in this story, and they understood it clearly, they told it constantly, they kept returning to Medea in their theaters for centuries, is precise. Jason accomplished the impossible. He did exactly what a hero was supposed to do. He organized the greatest expedition the age had ever seen. He sailed to the edge of the known world. He brought back the thing that was supposed to be impossible to bring back. He was, by every measure of the heroic tradition, a success. And the qualities that made him that success, the charisma, the political calculation, the ability to use extraordinary people for extraordinary ends, are the same qualities that made him a catastrophic human being to know, to love, to trust with your life. That's the story. That's what it's for. The House of Thebes begins with a Phoenician prince looking for his sister. Europa had been taken by Zeus. White bull carried across the sea to Crete, made into the mother of Minos. Their father sent Cadmus to find her, and his brothers with him, with a condition attached: do not come back without her. It was the kind of instruction that expresses grief as an impossible demand, which is a thing people do when they can't say directly what they mean. Europa was in Crete with a god. She was not findable, not in any way that could be reversed. Cadmus searched. He searched until it became clear, not suddenly, but in the slow way that impossible tasks reveal themselves as impossible, the way the horizon keeps moving, that he was going to have to stop looking for Europa and start figuring out what to do instead. Delphi told him, follow a cow. Where it lies down, build there. So he followed a cow across Boeotia, which is not the heroic beginning anyone writes songs about. A man trailing a bovine through the Greek countryside, waiting for it to get tired. But that's what the oracle said, and that's what he did. And the cow eventually lay down on a hill that would become Thebes, and that's where the city went. He sent his companions to a nearby spring for water. Foundation sacrifice. The ritual required it. They didn't come back. The spring was guarded by a serpent, sacred to Ares, and the serpent killed them. and Cadmus killed the serpent. And now he had a dead sacred animal on his hands and a god's anger to contend with before the city had even been started. Athena told him to pull the serpent's teeth and sow them in the ground. He did it. Warriors grew from the soil, the Spartoi, the sown men, which is a thing that happens in this mythology with a regularity that I've stopped trying to explain and started simply accepting. And they immediately began killing each other. This is, depending on how you look at it, either a problem or a solution that solved itself, and it landed somewhere between the two. 5 survived. 5 became the founding noble families. The violence was the origin. The city was built on men who had emerged from the ground already fighting. Cadmus served Ares 8 years for killing the serpent, penance. Then he married Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, and the gods themselves came to the wedding, which was rare and which should have felt like a blessing. Hephaestus gave a necklace. It was beautiful. It was crafted with the precision that only Hephaestus could bring to a thing, and it was cursed in a way that every account states plainly, and that I've always found difficult to absorb fully. Every person who wore it would come to ruin. This is the wedding gift, from a god to the daughter of 2 gods, at a wedding attended by gods, at the founding moment of a city. The necklace is beautiful and it destroys. That's the gift. That's the tone it sets. And the tone holds for the entire long disaster of what follows. The daughters of Cadmus and Harmonia were each destroyed in their own specific way, and I want to move through this carefully because each one matters, and also because the accumulation of them is the point. The necklace doing its work across a generation, or the gods doing theirs, or the two things not being separable. Ino, madness, her child thrown into the sea. Autono's son Actaeon was a hunter, trained well, and one day he came upon Artemis bathing. He saw what he wasn't supposed to see. He was transformed into a stag, and his own hunting dogs tore him apart, which is one of the myths I find hardest to sit with because the offense was inadvertent and the punishment was the dogs that loved him. And that specific detail, the dogs, seems designed to make sure there's nowhere to look that doesn't hurt. Semele, loved by Zeus. Hera, who had practice at this kind of intervention, approached her as an old woman and whispered doubt. If he really loves you, make him swear on the sticks to show you his true form. Semele asked. Zeus had sworn already and couldn't unsay it. His true form was. It was the full, undiluted presence of the King of Gods, which is to say, lightning. She was consumed. Zeus took the unborn child from her body and sewed it into his own thigh to finish the gestation. That child was Dionysus, which matters for what happens to Agave. Agave, in a Dionysiac frenzy, her mind taken entirely from her by the god, she led the Maenads up the mountain where her son Pentheus had gone to spy on the rites. Pentheus had made the mistake of mocking Dionysus, of denying his godhood, of treating the new worship as beneath Thebes. She tore him apart, her hands. She came down from the mountain carrying his head, believing herself to have killed a lion, still in the ecstasy of the rite. And the moment the frenzy lifted, and she saw clearly what she was holding, the accounts stop there. They don't describe it. They don't have to. Let me collect the thread here because I've been inside the daughters and I need to get to Laius, to the next generation, to where the story that Sophocles eventually put on a stage begins to coil itself into position. Laius was a descendant of Cadmus, several generations removed, and became king of Thebes and married Jocasta. An oracle told him, "If you have a son, the son will kill you and marry your mother." This is the most explicit oracle in the mythology. No ambiguity, no room for creative misreading. The oracle said directly what would happen. Laius and Jocasta had a child. I understand why, or I understand the human mechanism of it. The oracle is impossible. The desire for a child is real, and people find ways to believe simultaneously that the danger is genuine and that their specific situation will somehow be exempt from it. They decided to kill the child rather than not have it, which is its own form of the same error, the belief that they could manage the oracle's terms rather than accept them. They gave the infant to a servant, bind its ankles, leave it on Cithaeron, let exposure do the work. The servant couldn't do it. Pass the child to a shepherd. The shepherd took it to Corinth. The king and queen of Corinth had no children. They took the infant with its bound ankles and named him for what they saw: Oedipus, swollen foot. They raised him as their son. He grew up the prince of Corinth, clever and proud. And at a dinner party, someone suggested, carelessly or cruelly or drunkenly, that he wasn't truly Polybus's son. He went to Delphi to ask if it was true. The oracle didn't answer that question. It answered the other one, the Theban question, the one no one in Corinth knew to ask. You will kill your father and marry your mother. Oedipus knew his father's name. It was Polybus. He fled Corinth immediately, putting as much road as possible between himself and his parents, because he was a man who took oracles seriously and loved the people who raised him and would do anything to make sure this particular prophecy found no purchase. On the road away from Delphi, he came to a crossroads. Anyway, a chariot coming the other direction. An old man inside it, proud, demanding the right of way with the impatience of a man who had always been given it. There was a quarrel. The accounts give it a few lines and no more. The way you describe a flash of heat. Something that went from friction to violence before either party had quite decided that was what was happening. And Oedipus killed the old man and the servants with him and continued to Thebes. Thebes had a sphinx. She had settled outside the city and was killing anyone who couldn't answer her riddle. She had the lion's body and the eagle's wings and the face of a woman and a voice that delivered the question with the patience of something that has nowhere else to be. The riddle: what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, 3 in the evening? Oedipus answered without pausing: man, infant, adult, elder with a staff. The Sphinx threw herself from the cliff. The Thebans made him king, gave him the recently widowed queen. Her name was Jocasta. Her previous husband had been killed at a crossroads, which is the kind of information that was in the city, available, a fact that everyone around Oedipus knew, and that assembled itself into the truth as slowly and mercilessly as a mechanism running down, one gear engaging the next. And he did not know because he did not know to ask, because as far as he understood it, his parents lived in Corinth and had grey hair and were fine. Years, 4 children, governance, a city that ran well under a king who was good at the work, then plague, then an oracle declaring that the plague would lift when the murderer of the old king, Laius, dead at a crossroads, unavenged, was found and punished. Oedipus opened the investigation himself. This is the thing that Sophocles understood so completely that it became the engine of his entire play. The investigation is genuine, is thorough, is relentless, because Oedipus is a man who believes in justice and has no reason yet to fear the answer. He pursues it with the same directness he used on the Sphinx. He sends for Tiresias, the blind prophet who knows everything and Tiresias tries to stop here, tries to hold back, because he can see where this goes, and Oedipus cannot. Tiresias finally says it, everything. When Oedipus pushes hard enough and insults him sufficiently, and the truth becomes impossible to continue protecting. Jocasta sees it before Oedipus does. I think about this. She was there for both oracles, the one about Laius, and now the shape emerging from the testimony of the shepherd, the servant, the details accumulating in front of her, like a structure she'd been standing inside of without knowing what it was. She understood first. She went inside. She hanged herself. Oedipus understood when the last witness spoke. The shepherd who'd been on Cytheron, the servant who'd passed the child. He understood, and he went to her and found what she had done and took the brooches from her dress, and the man who had solved the riddle about human sight, who had seen the answer that destroyed the Sphinx, who had looked at the shape of a life and read it correctly when no one else could, put out his own eyes, chose blindness in the moment of seeing everything. That's what Sophocles took and built a play around, and why the play still runs, because it hasn't stopped being true about how knowledge works, how the thing that saves you is made of the same material as the thing that destroys you, and how the two don't separate cleanly ever, not at any crossroads, not under any sky. Oedipus begged to be exiled. His sons, Eteocles and Polynices, eventually agreed to this, which took longer than it should have, and he left Thebes with only Antigone beside him. She guided him. They walked for years, the blind king and his daughter, and finally came to Colonus near Athens, where the earth opened and received him, and the gods kept the location of his grave as a secret they did not share with anyone. The curse was not finished with his children. Eteocles and Polynices had agreed to share the throne in alternating years. Eteocles ruled first. When the year ended, he refused to give it up, which I keep trying to find a way to describe what this kind of refusal costs, and landing instead on the blunt fact of it. He refused. Polynices was exiled. He raised an army, 7 champions from Argos, and brought them against the gates of Thebes. The war consumed the next generation. At the end of it, the brothers met each other personally before the walls and killed each other at the same moment, simultaneously, each one the instrument of the oracle the other had been trying to prevent. Thebes stood. Creon ruled. Creon declared Eteocles a hero and Polynices a traitor, and the distinction carried a specific consequence. Eteocles would be buried with full rites. Polynices would be left where he had fallen, unburied, exposed. In the Greek understanding of what the dead required, this was an act of permanent harm against a soul, a denial of the passage that the burial rites were supposed to ensure. Antigone refused to accept it. She had walked beside her father through everything. She had watched the full architecture of what the curse could do to people she loved, had watched justice and law operate as separate and sometimes opposing forces, had arrived at the position she occupied, this specific act of defiance, through the whole long education of her life, she went to her brother's body and performed the rites. Creon had her sealed in a cave. Tiresias came to him then. Tiresias, who had been in this story before, who had tried to stop Oedipus from knowing and failed, who was old enough and clear-eyed enough, in the metaphorical sense, since he was physically blind, to know exactly what Creon had done and exactly where it led. He told him the gods required burial for the dead. The decree had violated something older and more absolute than any king's law. Creon had been wrong. Creon reversed course. He went to free Antigone and bury Polynices. He was too late. She had already died in the cave. His son, who had loved her, who had gone to the cave and found her body, killed himself. His wife, learning of her son's death, killed herself. Creon stood in his palace in Thebes, with nothing around him anymore. Every person he had loved gone because he had been certain of a thing that was wrong and had enforced that certainty with the full weight of his authority. Let me collect the thread before Troy, because the shape of the Theban cycle deserves a moment's sitting with. The house of Thebes runs from Cadmus, who followed a cow and sowed teeth in the ground and built a city on men who emerged fighting, through Oedipus, who ran from the thing that was already inside him, through Antigone, who walked toward the thing that would kill her because it was right. The necklace Hephaestus gave at the wedding, every generation, ruin distributed evenly down the line, finding each of them in the specific form their particular nature made available. Oedipus, through his relentless need to know. Creon, through his relentless need to be correct. Antigone, through a love of the dead that exceeded her fear of the living. What the Thebans thought they were telling, I think, was a story about what kings could not override. Certain things were true before the kings existed and would be true after. Creon did not make burying the dead illegal by passing a decree. He only made Creon wrong. Then Troy. The wedding was Peleus and Thetis, mortal man, sea goddess, the union that would produce Achilles. Though Achilles isn't born yet in this part of the story. The gods were invited, all of them except Eris, the goddess of discord, who wasn't invited for the obvious reason that no one wanted discord at a wedding. This is one of those mythological decisions that I find hard to evaluate with a straight face. Eris arrived anyway, because this is Eris, and threw a golden apple into the celebration, inscribed on it, for the fairest. 3 goddesses reached for it simultaneously, Hera, Athena, Aphrodite, each one with a claim and the capability to press that claim in ways that would make everyone nearby very unhappy. They went to Zeus and asked him to judge. Zeus declined. Zeus was, whatever else he was, not foolish enough to tell 2 of these 3 that they were less beautiful than the 3rd, and the refusal was the right call, and the damage it deflected landed somewhere else instead. He assigned the judgment to Paris, a mortal prince of Troy living as a shepherd on Mount Ida. Paris had been living on Mount Ida since infancy. He had been exposed there, or rather, a servant had been instructed to expose him there, because an oracle had told Priam and Hecuba before the birth that the child born to Hecuba that day would burn Troy. They tried to prevent it. He survived, the way figures in these stories survive, when fate still has use for them. Grew up a shepherd, and was there on the mountain when 3 goddesses descended to ask a mortal to tell them which one was most beautiful, which is the kind of request that seems like an honor and is structured entirely as a trap. Each one offered a bribe. Hera, dominion over all kingdoms. Athena, undefeated in war, supreme in wisdom and strategy. Aphrodite, the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris chose love. I've read various attempts to rehabilitate this choice or complicate it, to read it as fate's compulsion rather than Paris's preference, and I don't entirely buy them. He was a young man on a mountain who was offered power and skill and love and chose love, and the mythology presents this as his choice, made with the full information available. It's not unreasonable, it's just very costly. The most beautiful woman in the world was Helen, daughter of Zeus and Leda, raised in Sparta, married to Menelaus. She had been the subject of an oath. This is the thing I find most structurally elegant about the whole sequence leading to Troy, and I keep coming back to it, even though I know I'm lingering too long. When Helen's mortal father Tyndareus was trying to manage the problem of every significant prince in Greece wanting to marry her, Odysseus, already thinking 3 moves ahead, suggested a solution. Make every suitor swear before the marriage that they will defend whatever the outcome is. The oath was sworn. Everyone laughed, probably at the formality of it, at the clever legal architecture being built for a wedding gift, at the absurdity of imagining it would ever be invoked. Oaths in the Greek world don't ask whether you were serious. Anyway, Paris came to Sparta as a guest. He was received. This is the detail the myth presses on. With the full hospitality a foreign prince was owed. He ate at Menelaus's table. He slept under Menelaus's roof. He was, in the strict terms of the ancient relationship between host and guest, under the protection of Zeus Xenios himself, the god who oversaw hospitality and regarded its violation as a personal offense. He left with Helen. Whether she went willingly, the stories genuinely disagree on, and I'm going to leave that open because the honest answer is that the sources do too, and closing it for rhetorical tidiness would be a lie. She was gone. Paris was gone. The fleet that had brought him from Troy was gone with them, and Menelaus stood in the emptied palace, and the oath came back, the one sworn with laughing, the legal formality, and he invoked it. They came from everywhere. Odysseus from Ithaca, already reluctant, already calculating, reportedly tried to avoid the oath by feigning madness, ploughing his fields with salt, acting incomprehensible, and was exposed when someone put his infant son in the path of the plough, and he swerved because he was Odysseus, and whatever performance he was giving, he couldn't make himself run over the child. He came. He knew when he did that it would be a very long time before he saw home again. Nestor from Pylos, old, experienced, dispensing counsel to anyone who would hold still long enough. Ajax, massive and blunt, and as reliable in a fight as a structural wall. Diomedes from Argos, gifted in battle, carrying Athena's favor like a second shield. Idomeneus from Crete. Kings and champions and princes pulled in by an oath sworn at a wedding for a woman already in Troy, gathering at Aulis, filling the harbor with ships until the harbor ran out of harbor. Achilles was there too, young, faster than anyone alive, carrying his own oracle, his own impossible trade, long life of obscurity or short life of everlasting glory. He had chosen already or would choose. The accounts placed the moment differently, but the choice was always the same. He came to Aulis wearing the knowledge of what the war would cost him, and came anyway. The fleet waited at Aulis for wind. There was no wind. Two didn't come readily. The fleet was waiting, and two of the people it most needed weren't there yet. Odysseus had heard the prophecy 20 years before he came home. Alone, he went to his fields and ploughed salt into them and acted the part of a man whose mind had come loose, and the performance was good enough that it held until the envoys placed his infant son Telemachus in front of the plough. He stopped. The plough stopped. You can build a convincing madness out of a lot of things, but apparently not out of the willingness to run over your child. And Odysseus, who was, above everything, precise about what he could and couldn't do, agreed to come. Achilles had been hidden by Thetis. She knew the oracle. She had always known the oracle, and she dressed him among the daughters of King Lycomedes on Skyros and hoped that the war would not find him there. Odysseus arrived at Skyros with a chest of gifts, women's things mostly, jewelry and cloth, and one sword, one shield tucked among them. The daughters of Lycomedes looked at the jewelry. One of them reached for the sword. His hand closed around the hilt before any other calculation could happen, which is its own kind of oracle. He was 17 or thereabouts. He came because when the stripping away is complete, a hero will always reach for the sword. So the fleet gathered at Aulis, and then it sat there, no wind. The harbour at Aulis is a peculiar shape, enclosed, sheltered, a natural trap for any fleet wanting to move east. And it sat flat and windless, and the ship sat in it, and the men who had come from across the Greek world to prosecute a war they mostly hadn't started, waited for the weather to cooperate, and it didn't. The seer Calchas gave the reason. Artemis had been offended. She required a sacrifice. The name he gave was Iphigenia, daughter of Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, commander of the expedition, the man to whom all these kings and champions had technically sworn their service. I find this the hardest moment in the whole long run-up to Troy to describe without either softening it or pressing on it too hard. The accounts vary in the specific way that accounts vary when the truth inside them is something the tradition wants to both preserve and not fully look at. In some versions, a deer was substituted at the last moment. Iphigenia swept away to a temple in a distant land, the altar unstained. In others, the blood was real. In Clytemnestra's memory, in the version of the story that eventually ends with Agamemnon dead in his bath, with his wife standing over him, with a reckoning that has been building for the entire 10 years of the war. The blood was real. The altar was stained. He did what his ambition required of him and looked away from what he was doing while he did it. The wind came. The fleet sailed. 9 years. That's what passed before the Iliad begins. 9 years of a siege that had stopped being about Paris and Helen and an oath sworn at a wedding somewhere back in the irretrievable past and become about the thing wars become when they run this long. Pride, loss unrecouped, the sunk cost of everything spent already. The calculation that going home means all of it was for nothing, and that calculation being, after long enough, the only thing keeping anyone there. Troy hadn't fallen. Its walls had been built by Poseidon and Apollo during an old period of divine service to King Laomedon, which is a whole other story, and they held. The Trojans inside had developed, over 9 years of defending them, a particular kind of resolve that only prolonged siege produces. the resolve of people who have watched enough of their own die that surrender feels like it would dishonor the dead. That the only way the deaths mean anything is if they hold. Hector held them. Priam's eldest son, the best fighter Troy had, the defender, the one who had not wanted the war and had fought it anyway for 9 years with the specific dedication of a man who is aware, always, of exactly what stands behind him and what will happen to it if he fails. Let me collect the thread. On the Greek side, 9 years of raids into the surrounding territory, 9 years of camps on the shore, 9 years of the grinding psychological work that a war without conclusion performs on everyone inside it. The original cause had become almost a formality, a remembered reason for something that now had its own momentum. The way a thing set in motion acquires its own logic, separate from whatever started it. The break, when it came from inside. Agamemnon and Achilles quarreled over a captive woman, technically, but the captive woman was the occasion rather than the cause. The cause was the accumulated weight of 9 years of Achilles being the most necessary person in the Greek camp, and Agamemnon being the person in nominal command of it, and the specific tension that arrangement produces, and the pride on both sides that had nowhere constructive to go. Agamemnon had taken Achilles captive. Achilles withdrew from the fighting. The Myrmidons withdrew with him. The Greeks started losing. This is the underreported part of the Iliad's opening movement, and I want to stay with it for a moment because it matters. Without Achilles at the front, the Trojans pushed forward with a confidence they hadn't had available to them for 9 years. Ships were threatened. Men died who would have lived. The war tilted in a way that everyone in the Greek camp could feel, and that none of the remaining champions could stop, because none of them were Achilles, and they all knew it, and knowing it made them slightly less than they might otherwise have been. Patroclus watched it happen. Patroclus was Achilles' companion. The word the tradition uses is the one I'm going to leave untranslated because the translations all do something slightly off with it, either overclaiming or underclaiming, and the relationship is more precisely rendered by the actions than by any single noun. He watched his friends die. He went to Achilles. He asked, "Let me fight in your place. Let me wear your armor. Let the Trojans see the armor and perhaps hold back, or let the Greeks see it and recover something." Achilles, who had painted himself into a position he couldn't easily leave without losing the point of having taken it, agreed. Patroclus went out in Achilles' armor and fought brilliantly and pushed too far forward and met Hector. Anyway, when the news arrived back at the ships, what it did to Achilles is one of those things the Iliad renders so completely that I'm not going to try to improve on it here. The grief was total is the word that comes to mind, but it's not quite right. It doesn't capture the specific quality of what the text shows, which is a man from whom the interior organizing principle of his existence has been suddenly and violently removed, leaving only the howling shape of the absence. He cried out, and the sea heard him. Thetis rose from the water to hold her son. He told her he was going back to the fighting. She knew what that meant. She went to Hephaestus. The armor Hephaestus made for Achilles is something I keep coming back to. Keep wanting to linger on past the point where the narrative requires. A breastplate, greaves, a helmet, and the shield. The shield is what the tradition remembers, what Homer spends 100 lines describing, a shield whose surface held the entire world, cities at peace and cities at war, fields being harvested, a wedding procession, a trial, dancers, the ocean running around the rim of everything. The whole of human life pressed into a circle of bronze and gold, carried into the worst war the age produced by the most dangerous person in it. There's something in that I've never been able to fully articulate. The world entire, on the arm of the man walking toward Hector. I kept it because I couldn't leave it out. Achilles put the armor on and went forward, and nothing could stand in front of him. He drove through the Trojan lines. The river Scamander choked with the bodies of those he killed, rising against him in something the Iliad describes as the river's own anger at what was being done to it, had to be driven back by divine fire before he could continue. He found Hector outside the walls. Hector ran 3 times around the walls of Troy, Achilles pursuing, the gods watching from Olympus, Priam and Hecuba watching from the walls. The whole weight of 9 years, and a war and an oracle and a choice made on a mountain, about a sword pressing down on this specific moment. Then they stopped running. Then they fought. Hector fell. Achilles was still in the grief that had put him back into the fighting, and the grief had not been satisfied by the killing, which is the thing about grief of that scale. It doesn't resolve into something cleaner just because you've done the thing you said you would do. He tied Hector's body to the chariot. He drove it around the walls of Troy. He did this more than once, day after day, as if the body could give something back that the killing hadn't. And then Priam came, old Priam, king of Troy, father of 50 sons, a man who had watched 9 years of war and then stood on the walls and watched this. He came alone at night, guided through the enemy camp by Hermes, and he walked into the tent of the man who had killed his son. He knelt. He did not ask for justice. He did not reach for dignity. He asked for the body, his son's body. And he said, "You have a father too, who waits at home and will not see you again. Think of him." He kissed Achilles' hands, the hands that had killed Hector. I've read this scene many times, and I still don't entirely know how to describe what it does. The two of them weeping together in the tent, the old king and the young man already living inside his own death sentence, and the war outside somehow very far away for the length of that encounter. The Iliad earns this scene. The whole brutal forward motion of the poem earns this one moment of stillness. Achilles returned the body. Priam was given safe passage. The story paused, breathed, and resumed its course. Achilles outlived Hector by a short time. An arrow. Apollo's guidance, some say, though the accounts vary on how much the god steered it and how much he simply permitted it. It found the heel, the point where Thetis's grip had held him above the river Styx, and the water hadn't touched the one gap in what should have been invulnerable. He died young in the dust before Troy, which is exactly what the oracle had offered, and exactly what he had chosen. The Greeks grieved for him as they had not grieved for anyone else in the war. Then the war continued. The war did not end in battle. This is the thing that people sometimes get wrong when they picture Troy. The image of walls breached, armies clashing, a last heroic stand. The walls held. The war ended in a box, a wooden box, more or less. Odysseus proposed it. The craftsman Epius built it, enormous, hollow, built to hold men in its gut, The Greek fleet sailed around to the island of Tenedos and waited out of sight. They left the horse on the beach. In the morning, the Trojans came out and found the camps empty, the fires cold, the whole long Greek occupation of their shore just gone. And in the plain before the city, the horse. They stood around it and argued about what to do. A man named Sinon was there, Greek, apparently abandoned, apparently in disgrace. He told the story as it had been designed to be told, an offering to Athena. The fleet needed divine protection for the voyage home and had left this as the price of it. Bringing it inside the walls would transfer the blessing to Troy. Destroying it would bring Athena's wrath down on whoever swung the axe. Laocoon, the priest of Poseidon, was not persuaded. He took a spear and threw it at the horse, and it struck, and the wood groaned from whatever was inside. And he said what he said, the line the tradition has kept, because it was the truest thing said in the whole last day of Troy. And then the sea serpents came, 2 of them, enormous, out of the surf, and they took Laocoon and his sons in their coils, and the beach watched it happen and understood it as divine punishment for the impiety of striking the offering. They brought the horse inside. Let me collect the thread here, because what comes next moves quickly, and I want to stay clear. That night, Sinon opened the trap door. The men inside came out. The fleet came back from Tenedos under darkness. The gates of Troy were opened from the inside. What followed was, it was not war. War has a shape, a set of operating rules, things that are done and things that are not. What happened in Troy that night was what happens when a city is found sleeping, when the rules have dissolved, when 10 years of desire and loss and accumulated appetite finds a city with its walls open and its people in their beds. The word the tradition uses is sack. Sack carries more than violence. It carries the permission that long war eventually grants to violence. Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, killed Priam at the altar of Zeus, where suppliants were sacred and the god's protection was supposed to hold. He did it there specifically, which is a choice the tradition preserves without commentary, letting the detail speak in whatever register the listener can bear. Cassandra had been in the temple of Athena. She had been there before the Greeks came through the gates because she had known they were coming. She had known for years and had said so and had not been believed, which was the specific torture of her gift, to see everything and be heard by no one, to have the truth in your mouth and watch people walk into what you had described in precise detail and act surprised when it arrived. She was dragged from the temple. Ajax the Lesser dragged her. In Athena's own house, the city burned. In the morning, there was smoke and ash, and the architecture of what had stood for 1,000 years was rubble. And Helen was in the palace, and Menelaus came with his sword and then lowered it, and they went back to Sparta eventually, which is what the stories call the successful conclusion of the war. So there, anyway. The homecomings were, in many cases, worse. The gods who had been on both sides of the fighting were not finished. The Greeks had desecrated temples. They had killed people who were under divine protection. They had spent 10 years operating in the gradual suspension of ordinary moral rules that extended campaigns produce, the slow drift from what you would never do to what you do, because the war requires it, and the gods, some of them, the ones whose temples had been violated, whose sacred spaces had been used as sites of atrocity, were going to make the journey back a reckoning. Athena asked Poseidon. Poseidon obliged. Ships went down. Heroes drowned. The sea was not welcoming to men who had done what had been done in its name. The ones who made it back found that 10 years is a long time. Agamemnon came home to Mycenae. He brought Cassandra. He arrived in the city he had left as a king. Having sacrificed his daughter on the way out and won the war and burned a civilization, and he walked into a house where his wife had been waiting for him for a decade. Clytemnestra had not forgotten Iphigenia, had not forgiven, had taken a lover, Aegisthus, who had his own reasons to hate the house of Atreus, old reasons, genealogical reasons, the kind that don't fade because they are held in the bones of the story itself. And together they had made the preparations that 10 years gives you plenty of time to make. Agamemnon was killed in the bath. Cassandra, who had announced what was waiting for them from the moment the ship left Troy, who had described it with the accuracy that was always available to her and never useful, died on the threshold of the palace. Her last prophecy was the one she was standing inside. Clytemnestra stood over the body of her husband, and the accounts don't record regret. Or if they do, they record a regret so precisely calibrated against what she was repaying that it doesn't quite feel like the ordinary kind. A daughter on an altar, a husband in a bath. The scales in Mycenae weighed differently than the ones in Thebes, but the shape of the reckoning, the violence that comes for the violence that came before, working its way down through whoever is standing in the line, was the same. The house of Atreus had a long way still to go before it was finished. The heroic age was burning off at the edges. Troy was ash, the great fleet scattered. The best of a generation dead on the plain, or drowned in the god-churned sea, or arriving home to find that home had reorganized itself around their absence in ways that didn't accommodate their return. The structures that had held, the oath-bound expedition, the assembled champions, the idea that heroes moved through the world and the world arranged itself accordingly, those structures were coming apart. What came next was the long way home. For some, no home at all. Clytemnestra was killed by her own son. Orestes came back from exile and killed her, which is the thing the logic of the blood cycle required him to do, and the thing that the same blood cycle then turned on him for doing. His mother had murdered his father. He murdered his mother. The Erinyes, the Furies, the ancient goddesses born from the first violence in the cosmos, older than Olympus, older than the Titans, produced by Gaia's suffering when Uranus's blood fell on the earth, came for him immediately. They pursued him toward madness. That's not a metaphor. They were present, visible, hounding him, the punishment wearing a body. He went to Athens, to Athena's court specifically, where he was put on trial and acquitted, and where the Athenians themselves understood what that verdict meant, that human courts could interrupt the old cycle, that blood calling for blood could be stopped by something other than running out of family. The Erinyes were transformed eventually into the Eumenides, the kindly ones, housed in Athens, appeased, the violence of the oldest cosmic law redirected into a different kind of power. This is the founding myth of the court of law. The Athenians were very proud of this, reasonably so. Menelaus and Helen wandered for years, blown south, ended up in Egypt, worked their way back eventually to Sparta. The stories about them after Troy are brief, quiet. The stories of people who have survived something vast and are now living inside the long, flat aftermath of it, where the days are ordinary and the past is too large to look at directly. I'm going to be honest that I move past Menelaus and Helen quickly here because the tradition does too. And I've never been sure whether that's because their story effectively ends at Troy's fall, or because the version that follows is so deliberately undramatic that there's almost nothing to hold. They survived. They went home. That's what the stories give you. Odysseus did not go home for 10 more years. He had been responsible for the horse. He had organized the deception that ended the war, and then the universe, specifically Poseidon, whose son he had blinded, arranged the return voyage accordingly. 10 years. The Odyssey is its own thing, its own complete world, and I can't do it full justice here. But the architecture of it is this: a man who can solve almost any problem the world produces, trying to get back to a specific place and a specific person, and the world producing problem after problem, some of which are his own fault, and some of which are simply the cost of living in a cosmos that has opinions about you. He blinded Polyphemus, who was Poseidon's son, which is the irreversible thing, the action that sets the 10 years in motion. He spent a year with Circe, who turned his men into pigs and was eventually persuaded to reverse it. He went to the underworld and spoke to the dead. He was held on Calypso's island for 7 years, while she offered him immortality, and he refused consistently because he wanted to go home, which is the thing about Odysseus that I find genuinely extraordinary, and that the Odyssey keeps returning to, that a man clever enough to be offered eternity keeps refusing it for a specific house on a specific island with a specific woman in it. Let me collect the thread. Penelope had been waiting for 20 years. She had held the household together, held off the suitors, men who had moved into her house on the operating assumption that Odysseus was dead and she would eventually have to pick one of them, held them off with a patience that was also a kind of political genius, the patience of someone who understood that delay was the only weapon available and who used it with complete discipline. She wove, she unraveled, she deferred. For 3 years, the suitors waited while she made and unmade the same funeral shroud. And when they discovered the trick, she kept delaying by other means, because Odysseus was coming, because she knew it, the way the Odyssey suggests you can know something without evidence, without reasonable cause, against all probability. He arrived in rags, a beggar, unrecognizable. The dog recognized him, Argos, old and sick and lying on a dung heap at the threshold of the house, who had been waiting all 20 years and who lifted his head and wagged his tail once when Odysseus came through the gate and died. I keep this detail. I keep it because it's the first recognition in the poem, and it's wordless, and the dog dies immediately after, having waited exactly long enough. And I don't entirely know what to do with it except feel it and move on. His old nurse recognized him too, from a scar on his thigh, and he made her keep it secret. Anyway, in the feast hall, the suitors, eating his food, drinking his wine, treating his house as a prolonged hospitality event they were owed. He asked for the contest, the bow, the the 12 axe heads, the test Penelope had constructed, and they accepted because none of them had managed to string the bow, and the beggar certainly wouldn't. He strung it. He shot through the axe heads, and then he turned it on the suitors, and the doors were closed, and the slaughter was bare in the poem. Matter of fact, methodical. The violence of someone doing a thing that needs doing. The feast hall becoming something very different from a feast hall before anyone in it fully processed the transition. The hall was emptied. The loyal were separated from the disloyal. He went upstairs. Penelope tested him. This is the part that I think gets underweighted when people tell the Odyssey quickly. She doesn't just accept him, doesn't fall into his arms when he says he's back, because 20 years is a long time, and the world is full of people who could claim to be Odysseus, and she had survived this long by being precise about what she trusted. She gave him a test she knew he would pass if he was who he said he was. She told a servant to move the bed, his bed, the bed he had built himself with one post carved from a living olive tree, rooted in the ground, immovable. He knew it couldn't be moved. The fact that he knew meant it was him. Two people, both aged, both scarred in ways that don't show entirely on the outside. Sitting down in the same room after 20 years and beginning, carefully, with the particular care of people who are aware of how strange this is, how much time has passed, how different they each are from the people who said goodbye. To talk, that's where the Odyssey ends. The heroic age was ending with it, not with a great final battle, not with a divine decree, but with a man sitting down next to his wife in a house on a small island, and the extraordinary venture of his life finally, quietly, behind him. The structures that had held the age together, the assembled champions, the great expeditions, the gods walking openly among men, and intervening directly and personally in the outcomes of human lives, were thinning. The world was moving towards something that required less in the way of heroes and more in the way of institutions. Before any of it, before Troy, before the heroes put on their armor, before Achilles chose the sword, or Perseus flew over the sea, or Theseus walked the dangerous road to Athens. Before any of that was possible, there was a longer story, older, the one everything else was annotation to, the story of the gods themselves. The Olympians had built their order on the ruins of the Titans, 12 thrones on a mountain above the clouds, the cosmos divided among brothers, a court of divine personalities whose relationships with each other and with the world below would produce everything that came after. Zeus at the top of it, with the thunderbolt and the eagle and the weight of prophecy on him, the way the sky had pressed on Atlas, the way it had pressed on the earth before the sky was separated from it. He was sovereign, and he was bound by the decrees of fate that not even Zeus could fully override, by the oaths sworn on the Styx, which were the most absolute promises available in the Greek cosmos, and bound by the knowledge that sat underneath everything, that the pattern which had toppled Uranus, which had toppled Cronus, might still be running, might have one more iteration in it. He had swallowed Metis, rather than let her bear a child that an oracle said would surpass him. And this is sometimes described as clever, and is more precisely described as frightened, which is less flattering, and also what it was. He married Hera. Their marriage is one of the things I find hardest to render in a way that does justice to what the mythology actually shows. It's easy to reduce it: jealous wife, philandering husband, the cycle of his infidelity and her wrath. And that reduction is there in the sources, the skeleton of it. But the actual relationship in the actual myths is something more than that, more complicated and more interesting and more painful. Hera was the queen of Olympus in her own right, sovereign, goddess of marriage and queenship and birth, with a power that was entirely hers and had nothing to do with proximity to Zeus. She was the divine embodiment of the sacred institution of marriage. Her husband was constitutionally incapable of honoring that institution. Her anger about this was, from a certain angle, the most legitimate grievance on the mountain. Demeter moved closer to the ground than the other Olympians. This is how I tend to think of her. Not elevated and remote, but present in the specific proximity of someone whose work requires contact, whose domain is growth and harvest, and the slow, patient labor of keeping the earth productive season after season. She was quieter than most of the 12. She didn't generate the quantity of narrative that Zeus or Hera or Poseidon generated. She tended things. Her most important story is the one about what happened when she stopped. Persephone was in a meadow, gathering flowers. The earth opened and Hades rose from it in his chariot and took her down. He had decided he wanted a queen and had chosen her, and the method of the choosing did not involve asking. The accounts state this plainly enough that I'll state it plainly too, and I'll also state that Demeter's response was immediate and total, and in its own way, the most powerful act in the entire mythology. She stopped working. The crops failed, animals starved, the earth went cold and nothing grew, and the humans who depended on the earth prayed and sacrificed, and the prayers rose to Olympus, where the gods watched their worshippers wasting away, and Demeter did not relent. Zeus sent Hermes down. The negotiation that followed produced the arrangement the Greeks used to explain the seasons. Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds in the underworld, which in the logic of that realm means she had consumed the food of the dead, which means the bond was real and couldn't be simply undone. She would spend part of each year below with Hades and part of each year above with her mother. When she was above, the earth bloomed, Demeter worked, the world was warm and productive. When she descended, Demeter grieved, and the earth grieved with her, and the world went cold and fallow until she returned. This is why there are seasons. The Greeks knew this. I find something in the explanation that the scientific account doesn't quite replace. Orbital mechanics are also true, but they don't contain the grief. The Greek explanation contains the grief, and grief is why seasons feel the way they feel, and that's not nothing. Persephone, in the longer view, became a ruler, queen of the underworld in her own right, with her own power, her own authority, her own dignity. Mystery religions that gathered around her worship understood something that the abduction story, taken on its surface, obscures. She is the one who descends and returns, who goes through death and comes back changed, who models for the initiates, for the human beings who traveled to Eleusis and underwent the rites and were promised something about the persistence of the soul, what the journey might look like and what might wait on the other side of it. She begins as a girl in a meadow. She becomes something else. Dionysus stood differently than any of the other Olympians. He was lower somehow, more tangled in the human, more present in the body and the blood and the particular altered state that sits just outside ordinary consciousness, pressing against it from the inside. He was born twice. His mother Semele was pregnant when Hera intervened, tricked her into asking Zeus to show himself in his real form, his full divine form, which is the thunderous radiance of the King of Gods, and which Semele's mortal body could not survive. She burned. Zeus took the unborn child from her body and sewed him into his own thigh, where Dionysus completed the gestation and was born again from his father's flesh, twice born, son of a mortal who died and a god who carried him to term in his own leg. The mystery cults that later formed around him did not miss these resonances. The death of the mother and the second birth, the god who came through dying into being. He wandered before he came to Olympus, east to India, north into Thrace, moving through the world, gathering followers, and spreading the knowledge of the vine and the particular gift of altered consciousness that the vine makes possible. His company was, I struggle to describe it without it sounding like a procession from a painting, which is what it has become in the popular imagination, all satyrs and tambourines. But the original texture was stranger and less decorative. The maenads in the hills in genuine frenzy, in a state that the cities below found alarming because it was alarming, because what Dionysus offered was the actual dissolution of the ordinary self, and cities are built on the ordinary self remaining intact and manageable. The cities rejected him. They always do, in every version of the story. Pentheus of Thebes rejected him, which we've already covered. The god came disguised, stirred the women into the hills, and Pentheus was dismembered by his own mother in the grip of the divine frenzy. And the tradition reads this as the consequence of contempt for what Dionysus represents. The part of human consciousness the civilization continuously tries to suppress and manage and legislate away, and that keeps being there anyway, underneath, pressing upward, finding its way out through whatever gap is available. He was also the god of theatre. I want to stay with this because it's the connection I find most worth keeping, the one that links everything. The great dramatic festivals of Athens, where Sophocles and Euripides and Aeschylus put their plays in front of the city, where the tragedies that we still perform were first performed. Those festivals were festivals of Dionysus, comedy and tragedy, both. All of it in his honor. The god of wine and frenzy and loss of self is the god of theatre, because theatre does the same thing the hills did. It asks you to temporarily dissolve the boundary between yourself and another self, to feel what a person feels who is not you, whose life is not your life, whose grief or joy or terror you are being asked to inhabit for the length of the play. The theatre is the controlled version of the frenzy. The same mechanism, different setting. Let me collect the thread here. Persephone, who descends and returns. Dionysus, who is born twice and carries his mother's death in his origin. What these two figures have in common, what they were doing for the Greeks that the formal Olympian religion of sacrifice and civic duty didn't do, is this: they were offering the personal. A relationship with the divine that had something to say about the individual soul, about what happened to it, about whether death was the last word or an intermediate state. The Eleusinian mysteries, the most sacred rites in the ancient world, promised initiates something that the Olympian religion did not formally offer, that death was survivable, that the soul persisted, that Persephone's descent and return was a pattern a human being could participate in and not merely observe from the outside. These things moved underneath the formal mythology, quieter, deeper. In the long run, they proved more consequential than any of the arguments on the mountain. Anyway, fate, the Moirai, three sisters at a loom, which is the image, though I've always felt the image slightly underserves what they actually were in the Greek understanding. Not symbolic figures, not personifications in the thin modern sense, but real powers, older than the Olympians, older than the Titans, part of the structure of the cosmos itself. Clotho spun the thread from the distaff. Lachesis measured it and determined the shape of what it contained. Atropos cut it. Atropos means she who cannot be turned. The gods themselves were bound by this. Zeus could influence, could delay, could hold the golden scales, as he does in the Iliad, and weigh the fates of the living against the balance. But even then, when the scales showed what they showed, he put them down. He could not reverse what the Moirai had decided. He held Hector's fate in those scales, and the scales told him. And he set them down, and Hector died. He watched Achilles, his grandson by several removes, move through the 10 years of Troy, knowing what the oracle had said, and Achilles died young in the dust before the walls, having chosen exactly this, and Zeus could not and did not prevent it. The threads, once cut, did not run backward. This is the thing that sits underneath every story in the mythology if you press on it long enough. The gods are powerful, and the gods are real, and the gods intervene constantly, and the gods are also operating inside a structure they did not make and cannot fully control. The fate of every mortal was already measured. The fate of the gods themselves was not entirely clear, even to them. Zeus swallowed Metis because an oracle said her child would surpass him. He absorbed the prophecy and its subject simultaneously, and whether that ended the threat or only deferred, it was a question the mythology never quite closes. The spindle turns, the thread lengthens. Somewhere in the room, always, the third sister waits with the shears, not reading anything into it, not cruel, not kind, present, patient, ready when the measurement says it is time. The heroes are done now. Troy is ash. The gods have their order and their mountain and their long lives playing out against the slower backdrop of fate's weaving. And somewhere in the quiet space that opens after all of this, the mortal world keeps going, planting, harvesting, building, being born, dying, under a sky that still holds the constellations that were once the people in these stories. Orion hunts there still. Heracles burns. The Pleiades drift. The thread continues until it doesn't. Oracles existed because of this, because knowing and not knowing are different states, even when they produce the same outcomes. That's the thing people misunderstand when they ask why anyone would consult an oracle if fate was fixed. The question assumes that knowledge is only useful if it changes what happens. The Greeks understood it differently. The Pythia at Delphi, breathing the vapors from the chasm beneath the temple floor, speaking from the tripod in the voice of Apollo, was offering something more modest and more valuable than the ability to change course. She was offering the possibility of meeting what was coming with your eyes open, of understanding the shape of the thing before it arrived, whatever dignity preparation makes possible. That was the gift. The oracles also kept teaching the same lesson over and over to people who kept failing to learn it. Every oracle that was misread by someone who had already decided what they wanted it to say. Croesus asked whether to cross the river and go to war, and was told that if he crossed, a great empire would be destroyed, and he crossed, and the empire was his. Laius was told his son would kill him, and gave the child to a servant to die on a hillside, and the child survived, and the prophecy ran its course in the extra long way that avoidance always produces. Oedipus was told what he would do, and ran from Corinth, and ran directly into it. Apollo cannot speak falsely. He is also not required to speak clearly. This is the distinction the tradition insists on. And I've come to think it's not a technicality, but a genuine theological position. The God gives truth in a form that requires you to actually hear it, requires you to set aside the answer you brought with you and actually receive the answer you're given. Every misread oracle is a record of someone who couldn't do that, who heard their own hopes in the words and walked forward on the strength of the hearing. The truth was there, the listening failed. Tiresias. I keep coming back to Tiresias. He appears across so many of these stories, in Thebes, in the Odyssey, always in the same role, always with the same quality, that I want to describe him carefully. He had lived longer than any ordinary mortal. He had been transformed into a woman for 7 years, then transformed back. The accounts give different reasons for the transformation and different reasons for his blindness, but the shape of both is consistent. He had seen or done or experienced things that crossed the ordinary boundary of human knowledge, and what he had now in place of the sight he'd lost was something that went deeper than seeing. He could look at a room and tell you what was actually happening in it, beneath the surface of what anyone wanted to believe was happening. He was right constantly. He was believed rarely. This is the thing about him that the tradition keeps returning to. Not the scope of his knowledge, but the gap between what he said and what people heard. He told Oedipus, he told Prometheus, he told Creon. Each time he arrived with the truth fully formed and delivered it as plainly as he was able. And each time the person he told made the calculation that he was wrong, or too old, or too strange, or motivated by something other than prophecy, and proceeded, and was proven wrong at great cost. He outlasted all of them. He stood in the rubble of each certainty he had tried to prevent and said nothing, because what is there to say? Let me collect the thread. What oracles and moirai and seers like Tiresias represented together as a cluster in the Greek world? I've been circling this, and I want to say it directly. It was a sophisticated understanding of uncertainty. The Greeks knew. They didn't know what was coming. They knew the forces that governed outcomes were larger than any person or city. They knew that the attempt to escape fate tended to become the mechanism of its fulfillment. Running from Corinth, exposing the infant, striking the wooden horse with a spear. And they consulted oracles anyway, because knowing is worth something, even when you can't act on it. Because asking is itself a posture toward the forces that govern things, a posture of attention rather than denial. Because a person who knows they will die young might choose differently how to spend the years they have. Not more or fewer years, but differently arranged, differently weighted. The moirai were not cruel. I want to say this carefully because the easy reading of them is as figures of tragedy, the sisters who end things, the cutters. But the Greek understanding was more precise. They were indifferent in the way that gravity is indifferent, in the way that time moves at the same rate regardless of what you are doing inside it, in the way that the tide comes regardless of whether the boats are ready. They maintained the mechanism that kept the world coherent. Without Atropos's shears, the threads would pile up indefinitely, and a world where nothing ended would be a world where nothing had shape, and a world without shape would be. I don't think the Greeks had a specific term for that horror, but they had a deep intuition of it. The thread's value was its length. That's the deepest thought in all of this, the one that has traveled 3,000 years without going stale. Mortality was not punishment, it was structure. The fact that it ended was precisely what gave it the quality of mattering. The Moirai who measured were keeping the thing that made the thread worth measuring at all. So there, the world turned, and the gods aged on their thrones, not in their bodies, but in their relevance, which is a different kind of aging, and in some ways the harder kind. The temples filled, then thinned, then stood empty, then fell. Rome arrived. Rome found Greece, and did with it what Rome did with everything it found worth taking. Absorbed it, translated it, made it Roman in the specific way that Rome made things Roman, which involved keeping the structure and repainting the interior. Zeus became Jupiter. Poseidon became Neptune. Ares became Mars, which is where the most significant change happened. Mars mattered to Rome in a way Ares had never quite mattered to Greece, because Rome was a military civilization that needed its war god to be respectable and productive and the father of founders, and Ares had always been treated by the Greeks with a kind of contemptuous eye roll, necessary but not dignified, whereas Mars became something central, something load-bearing. Athena became Minerva, Artemis became Diana. The shapes stayed. The light inside them changed. Virgil gave the Trojan War a Roman ending, which is worth pausing on. Aeneas, son of Aphrodite and the mortal Anchises, escapes the burning city with his father on his back and his son by the hand, carrying the household gods of Troy into the smoke and west, always west, until Italy, until his descendants could found Rome. The fall of Troy became a seed rather than an ending. The destruction became origin. It's a genuinely brilliant reframe, and it served Rome politically for centuries. The idea that they were the continuation of something ancient and dignified, not conquerors, but inheritors. Anyway, Ovid came and gave everything a different light entirely, more ironic, more amused by its own subjects, more interested in the moment when one thing becomes another than in the heroics before or after. His gods are powerful and also slightly ridiculous, which feels like a more honest accounting than the fully solemn versions, and his metamorphoses moves through the whole mythology like someone who loves the material and also finds parts of it quietly funny and sees no contradiction in holding both. Then the philosophers started pulling at the threads from inside. Xenophanes said, if horses had gods, those gods would look like horses. The Olympians looking like humans was suspicious in exactly that way, the same way. And the observation was simple enough that it's hard to argue with, and devastating enough that the argument hasn't really recovered from it in 25 centuries. Plato respected myth, but wanted gods who were morally consistent, who didn't lie and scheme and pursue personal vendettas, who behaved at the level of the good rather than the level of the capricious powerful. Epicurus concluded that the gods existed and had no interest whatsoever in human affairs, which removed fear of divine punishment and also removed the entire mechanism by which the mythology operated. The Stoics found the divine in the Logos, the rational structuring principle that ran through everything, which was nothing like a figure on a throne and didn't require any of the stories. The ground was loosening under the temples before any army came to pull them down. Philosophy was doing it. The same culture that produced the myths was producing, over several centuries, the tools to dismantle them, the questions that the myths couldn't answer on the myths' own terms. The gods didn't fall to conquest. They were thought out of power slowly by the people who had built the temples and sung the hymns and sent to Delphi before every major decision, who were also the people who sat in Plato's academy and learned to ask whether the Pythia's god was the kind of thing that could exist at all. The temples stood for a while after this. Inertia is powerful, and beauty is powerful, and the habits of centuries don't dissolve in a generation. The rites continued, the festivals continued, people went to Delphi, but something had shifted underneath. Some shared certainty had thinned, and the myths, the heroes and the titans, and the gods on their mountain, and the fates at their loom, and the thread of every life already measured, began their long migration from belief into literature, which is where they have been ever since, where they remain enormously and stubbornly alive. Over several centuries, Christianity moved through the empire. It didn't replace the gods with emptiness. It replaced them with something the Mediterranean world had been, without knowing it, developing the appetite for. A single figure who was simultaneously infinite and intimate, who had made the world and had opinions about what happened in it, who was present in a way that neither the Moirai's cold indifference nor Homer's capricious Olympians had ever quite been. The theology is complicated, and the history of how it spread is more complicated still, but the movement itself, at the level of what people were looking for when they moved toward it, makes a kind of sense that the historians of religion have spent a long time articulating, and that I won't try to improve on here. Theodosius closed the temples in 391 CE. The oracle at Delphi went silent. The Olympic Games, which had run every 4 years for more than 1,000 years without interruption, were abolished. The marble figures stood in their empty temples, while the temples slowly became something else. While the roofs fell in, and the ivy found the columns, and the sacred groves grew without anyone tending them, and the mountain where Zeus had received the thunderbolt, and the cave where Persephone walked in her quiet sovereignty, and the sea where Aphrodite emerged from foam, all went on existing, simply no longer addressed. The stories, though, the stories were somewhere else entirely. They were in language, in the structural patterns of how human beings understand their own experience, which is a place that temple closures cannot reach and edicts cannot enter. The Iliad was being copied in monasteries, while the monks were simultaneously copying scripture, because the people doing the copying understood, whatever their theology, that the Iliad was irreplaceable and they didn't want to be the generation that lost it. The plays of Sophocles and Euripides survived in libraries. Ovid moved through the entire Middle Ages in the hands of scholars who knew perfectly well what they were reading and read it anyway, because the argument that it was pagan had to contend with the counter-argument that it was too precise about the human condition to set aside. The Renaissance found them and did not hesitate. Botticelli painted Aphrodite rising from sea foam with the same compositional attention he brought to sacred annunciations. Michelangelo pressed something of Jupiter's force into his creation scenes. Shakespeare sent 3 men to choose between 3 caskets and gave one of them the wrong idea about which casket mattered, a thin echo, distorted, of the judgment of Paris, and didn't need to know that's what it was for it to be true that that's what it was. The stories had moved from religion into art, which was, it turns out, not a demotion. Art is where things go to become permanent. Let me collect the thread before the last of it. Psychology arrived in the 19th and 20th centuries and found in the myths something it had been looking for without knowing what to call it. Freud named his central theory after Oedipus, which is either the most fitting or the most reductive thing that ever happened to that story, depending on which Freud you're reading on which day. Jung went further and found in the Greek pantheon a map, a rough one, a working one, the kind you'd carry in a coat pocket rather than frame, of the internal human architecture, the various gods as aspects of the psyche, the myths as narratives of psychological processes that every human being moves through in some form in their own interior life. This gave the old stories a new permanence, a different kind, but real. Psychological truth is possibly the more durable of the 2 available kinds. And they keep going. They're in the names of planets. They're in the English words borrowed from Latin, that were borrowed from Greek, so thoroughly embedded that we use them without registering the origin. They're in every story about a hero whose greatest strength is also their destruction. Every story about someone who heard a warning clearly and dismissed it and walked into the thing they were warned about. Every story about what happens when a parent makes a decision they are certain protects their child. They're in the mothers. Every story about a mother who cannot be stopped when something has happened to her child is Demeter stopping the harvest. Every story about a craftsman whose skill exceeded what his circumstances could safely contain is Daedalus building wings and watching his son fall. Every story about love that started a war, that one needs no translation. Anyway, the altar of Zeus receives no wine. No one stands at Delphi now with a question that matters and waits for the god to speak through the woman on the tripod. Delphi is an archaeological site. You can buy things near it. The Pythia's chasm is roped off. The myths are not believed in the sense in which they were once believed, as accounts of things that had actually happened, as explanations of why the world was structured the way it was, as instructions for what to do when you needed divine attention. But they are understood in the sense they were always most deeply meant, which is the sense that was always more important than the literal one, and that the Greeks themselves, who were not naive about the difference, knew it. They wrote these stories as explorations of what it meant to be mortal, to love something you would lose, to do a terrible thing for a comprehensible reason and pay the price that the world extracted for it, which seemed both right and unbearable in equal measure simultaneously. And the 2 not resolving. I find it hard to describe what it feels like after spending all this time in these stories to arrive at the place where they aren't finished yet. That's not quite right either. I mean that what I find is that they haven't stopped being true. Somewhere tonight, someone is trying to outrun a knowledge that is already behind them. Somewhere, a person is making the decision they believe keeps the people they love safe, and it's the wrong decision in the specific way that Laius's decision was wrong, in the way that tries to close the door and locks it from the inside. Somewhere, someone with everything it takes to accomplish something impossible is being asked to choose between two possible lives, and they are reaching, as Achilles reached, without hesitation, as the hand going to the sword is always without hesitation, for the one that burns bright and ends. These are not ancient stories that occasionally rhyme with modern experience. They are the same stories. The setting has changed. The structure of the experience has not moved at all. Zeus has left Olympus. What replaced him is a different question for a different conversation, or several centuries of different conversations. The thunderbolt is in the clouds where it was always really located, being honest. The Moirai turn their spindle somewhere unreachable by any geography we have. Persephone descends and returns, and the seasons follow, because the world is organized around things that remain true, even after they stop being believed. Which is a thing I've been trying to articulate since the beginning of all this, and which I'm not sure I've said any more clearly now than I could have said it at the start. The oracle at Delphi is silent. The question it was built to answer hasn't been answered, still asked. Every generation, every language, what is going to happen? What comes next? What is the shape of the thing approaching? The old stories, if they offer anything, and I think they do, I've staked these hours on it, offer this, something large and something terrible, often the same thing arriving in the same moment from the same direction you weren't watching, in an order you didn't predict, paid for in a currency you didn't know you were carrying. Somewhere at the edge of a dark sea, the fire a titan stole from the sky is still burning. It was given at cost. It was worth the cost. It pushes the dark back just enough, not all the way, just enough, to show you where you are. Let that be the last thing. The fire, the warmth that was freely given, the light that was worth what it cost someone to bring it down to you. Good night.